Welcome to the 7th round of the Women's Grand Prix here in the Hilton Hotel of Nicosia. As you can see, the venue is totally prepared for this round, which is going to be one of the decisive rounds of the event. We have some outstanding games. Let's go and check what I think will be the game of the day. Come with me. Here we are on the board, which I think will be the game of the day. With the white pieces, Jiner from China. She is trailing the lead by only half a point, but she has a really tough adversary today, Divya, Deshmukh, an up-and-coming young Indian player. Now, all these games are broadcasted live all over the world, and thanks to our colleague Mark Bryan, he is the controller of the DGT boards that gives the sign to everyone watching around the world, and allowing you guys, Alik and Anastasiya, to broadcast the game with your fantastic commentary during the afternoon. Over to you guys.
Hello, dear chess friends, and it's time for the round 7 of the 4th Women's Grand Prix tournament here in Nicosia in Cyprus. Are you ready? We are ready with Alik, Gershon. I'm Women Grandmaster Anastasiya Karlovich, and we are really happy to be here. We are going to watch the games and follow move by move what's happening on the chessboards. And Alik, today we have round 7. It's like one of the last 3 rounds of the tournament. Definitely one of the most decisive, important for the tournament standings. What are you expecting today, and how do you feel about it?
Well, I expect, as we have seen in every round, a lot of fighting, a lot of no compromises, and hopefully some exciting games, of course. But as you said, yeah, the last 3 rounds, everything, now the points become very important, and
yeah. But also, I have a feeling that the participants are getting tired, and even this crazy blunder of Nana yesterday showed that it's not that easy, to keep concentration and not to do like some mistakes which normally you wouldn't do. So I think it's getting a little bit frustrating for also those who are not having the good event at the moment. But nevertheless, let's first of all check the standings and remember actually who is leading the tournament and actually what happened before this round. And as we remember, Anna Muzychuk from Ukraine leads the tournament with 4.5 points out of 6. She won 3 games and made a couple of draws, 3 draws actually. And then she's followed
by Jiner with the +2 or 2 wins and 4 draws.
Exactly, she has 4 points, only half a point behind the leader of the tournament. And I think we have also like a big tie for the 3rd place. It's Aleksandra Goryachkina, Mariya Muzychuk, as far as I remember,
and Harika Dronavalli. Mariya and Harika won yesterday, and they caught up with the Aleksandra
Goryachkina, who made the draw.
It's extremely important because the Grand Prix points are tied between the players, doesn't matter the tie breaks and anything. So we will talk about it a little bit more during the last 3 rounds, of course. But if you are sold 3rd or sharing 3rd to 5th, it's a very, very big difference, right?
Yes, it's a big difference. Still 1 point only between the leader and the 3rd place. So still they have chances, of course, to catch up. And let's check the pairings. Stavroula Tsolakidou is playing against Nana Dzagnidze, whom we could see on our screens. Everything is okay. Nana is back to the playing hall. Normally you need so much time to recover after such losses, but she is back. Everything is good. Of course, Jiner is playing against Divya Deshmukh, and it's an important game for Divya if she tries to. I mean, it's mainly her one of the last chances, to try to do something about the standings and her tournament situation. Olga Badelka is playing against Anna Muzychuk, Elisabeth Paehtz against Aleksandra Goryachkina, and Harika Dronavalli will face Mariya Muzychuk. So both of them, they share the 3rd place, and it's also an important game for them, definitely. What will be our central game, Alik? What do you think?
I think all 5 of them, because
Yes.
so for instance, of course, as you said, Dronavalli against Muzychuk Mariya is they are sharing 3rd place. It's a very important encounter, but also Elisabeth Paehtz against Aleksandra Goryachkina is a very interesting encounter because on the one hand, Goryachkina is black. But she's playing Elisabeth, and we see them on our screen. Elisabeth is clearly out of form in this tournament, so even with black, you probably want to try and score, but this can backfire.
Absolutely, like it can happen that even the participant who is placed not so well in the tournament table and especially doesn't have good event, at the same time she has nothing to lose, especially in the last rounds, and I mean she can just fight. And we know that at the beginning of the tournament Elisabeth was not feeling well, but now she has recovered and perhaps it will give her extra energy. Let's see what will happen. And I think also our leader, she's playing against Olga Badelka, who hasn't won any game so far, but she made few quite nice draws. I mean, she showed that she is capable of, solving really hard problems. And this ending against Aleksandra Goryachkina yesterday was quite impressive. Her play was really good, and today definitely she has white pieces and plays against the leader. She's ambitious young lady, so I'm sure that it's going to be interesting today. And also, yes, now we can see both of them. Yes, the leader of the tournament, Anna Muzychuk, and her opponent, Olga Badelka, who represents Austria in this event.
And the runner-up, Jiner, is playing against Divya Deshmukh. Again, she will obviously try to use her white pieces to catch up with possibly catch up with Anna Muzychuk, or maybe even take over. Because every point, as we established in the Grand Prix tour, every point is Grand Prix point is extremely important. So it will be a very exciting round, I think, because a lot can change today.
Exactly, and I don't know what players hear right now, but definitely it's nice to see them smiling, and maybe the arbiter says something funny, I don't know, but it's all of them are smiling for some reason. We cannot hear them right now, but...
Hopefully they cannot hear us, maybe they're smiling at our commentary.
Yeah, you never know, yes. And yeah, so actually I had lunch today with Zhu Chen, former women's world champion, and yes, I see her on our screen, and she's doing the first move. She's making the first move for her compatriot, former compatriot, Zhu Jiner. E4 is on the board, and it's nice to see the former women's world champion here at the tournament. And also some FIDE officials, Lukas Tarjei and Tarle, and I think it's also JJ, yes, from Norway. So we have, we see that the first move was made, symbolic move was made, but the player decided to take it back. Let's see if she will repeat it or not.
Pictures time now, and
yes. And the handshake. The games have started.
Round 7 has begun, and E4, no surprises.
Yes, still E4. The best move you can make in the position, and E6.
E6,
yes. We've
yes.
seen it before, French defense, like usual visitor in our tournament. We've seen it a few times so far.
Yeah, it's becoming, it's getting popularity, E4, E6, thanks to Ding Liren, right, introducing it into the World Championship matches.
Yes, it's always about fashion, right? Even in chess. So some openings, they appear more often or less open. It depends, yes? So everybody starts studying suddenly.
And as in fashion, it comes and goes, it comes and comes back and goes. So yeah, it's very interesting.
So keep your files, don't get rid of them. You never know when you need them, right?
Absolutely.
It's the same like with fashion. Yes, if you follow the rules of the fashion.
Keep the clothes, yeah,
yes.
20 years from now.
Yes, exactly. You always know that it will come back. So the same for files, yes. Alik, we probably need to find our exercise books where it was written all these lines.
The chess informant, I remember, yes.
Stuff like that, yes. for sure.
I remember I was still when I was starting. There were like 5 books of chess encyclopedia, right?
Yes.
With the A, B, C, D, and E.
Exactly. And you could study all the lines there. You were not sure about the evaluation. You were trying to create something by yourself even. I remember myself preparing to the openings and trying to find some moves like having these times.
I was always fascinated by lines that ended with the unclear side, right?
Yes. Then what?
Basically
Yes,
saying, I
unclear
have no
it is.
idea what it is, but you can try and find out by yourself.
Exactly, this sign, yes, it was
The
very
infinity
funny. Yes.
sign,
Infinity
yeah.
sign, yes. And good luck, good luck for you. This is how we can interpret this sign as well. Yes. So actually, the funny thing is today I was given in the morning. I was given the lessons to refugee girls in Kakuma in Kenya, because this is what I do always on Saturdays. Like no matter what, Saturday morning is always my a project which already lasts for 3 years. It's a FIDE project together with Kenya Federation and UNHCR. And this project is really successful. Like already for 3 years, we teach chess together with Salome Meli, famous international master from Georgia. Together with her, we teach chess like more than 300 girls per year.
Wow.
And yes, so we have the Zoom call, and we're talking with like 100 girls from one school, then second school, third school. So this is basically what I was doing the whole morning. And of course, when we have such events like Women Grand Prix event, I show them the photos of girls playing here of the top level, and I showed them also the video from yesterday, what we are doing here with you, Alik, as well. And I mean, all of them, they were really like I think very emotional when they saw Divya, so young player, and now that we see her game, it was I told them about her and that she's still so young but so successful and hard-working player. So I think she was the favorite, and I mean it was really nice to see them, like check in the playing hall, like what's going on in the chess world. So I always try to do this. It's a very nice project by FIDE and FIDE Women's Commission as well. Anastasiya Sorokina has started it, and of course Dana Reznica is very supportive, and everyone who is involved. So like it's a beautiful project. So it's really nice to see like top level of chess, and then the beginners who are trying to get inspiration and make the first moves in the chess world, and have some hopes perhaps one day be in one of these events. You never know, right? So
Absolutely. It's definitely it's a great inspiration to see a 19-year-old competing with the women, with top players in the world.
Exactly.
As equal, of
Exactly,
course.
yes. I mean, she is like already established player, and she has proved that she can play on in any level. And we know that she also played in the Prague tournament with open field, and also like played very decent chess. So at the moment we have this variation with e5, I think, right? Or no, it was transferred after knight c3.
It was, yes.
Knight c3.
We have already seen this line in the tournament. This is very typical for these lines of the French. Black wants to target the d4 pawn, and as a compensation for giving up some space advantage in the very beginning. And white hopes to be able to keep the center intact, to not allow black too much counterplay on the queen side, while she herself will try to create some play on the king side.
Yeah, so actually this a6, a3 moves were played, like everybody defends against ideas like knight b5, knight b4. Nobody wants these knights to jump
Exactly.
anywhere.
I suppose that black is preparing to play a b5 at some point, because she wants to create some play on the queen side. And now after castling, shall we expect white to start the usual? It's too early to start pushing on the king side, because black is ready to play f6 and try to undermine the center a little bit.
Yeah. I just wonder, I mean, like someone who doesn't know that deeply this line, but do you play such moves like bishop d3, provoking sometimes c4, or you just keep the bishop out of it and like on e2, or like where do you develop the bishop?
Yeah, well, the honest answer would be I don't know. So bishop d3 could be.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I think we have one result already. So
What?
look at this. Elisabeth Paehtz and Aleksandra Goryachkina.
Oh.
They already made a draw.
Oh.
Like, let's quickly check
d4,
what happened.
d5.
Wow, we
Oh,
didn't
this is a
even
line
check.
we have spoke about this line. This is one of the fashionable lines where black almost equalizes out of the opening, and it looks like both players are quite content with the draw.
Yes.
Elisabeth wants to stop her falling, and you know, oftentimes, and I've been there, I know that when you have such a terrible tournament, you want it to end as quickly as possible, right?
I know what you mean. Go home, yes,
And go
just
home. And,
yeah.
But on the other hand,
And recover, yes.
you still have 3 rounds to play, and if you
So it
are
can
able
go worse.
to do, yeah,
It can go even worse. Let's put it
Exactly.
this way. The moment you are trying to, okay, there are different tactics, right? At this moment, some players still feel that they have some strengths to approach these last 3 rounds like a new event in a way, right? And but it's really hard to do. And normally, what happens, like you try to survive until the end, yes. And I think quite practical decision from Elisabeth's side. And I'm not sure about Aleksandra Goryachkina because in order to fight for the first places, this result is still okay, still fine. At the moment, she still shares the 3rd place, but she gives a chance to the others to try to overcome and
absolutely.
and
But
get
on the
better
other
position.
hand, maybe she feels that she has more to lose than to gain. Especially with black, and we shall not forget, Elisabeth is an extremely strong player,
Yes, it's,
and she
there
plays
is no
wide.
doubt
If you
about it.
overpush, you can be punished, right?
Yeah. And maybe she saves some energy for the last 2 rounds, which can be also quite practical decision. I don't know what we will maybe check a bit later and to see which kind of road she has ahead of her for the last 2 games. Maybe it can also tell us something. But so far, yeah, we have 1 draw, the shortest one
Okay,
in the tournament.
tournament
Yes.
so far,
Which
but
is-
it serves probably it serves the interests of both players. So. Okay, we can maybe, now that we have left the game of Zhu against Divya, maybe we can see our leader, Olga Badelka, playing against Anna Muzychuk. What do you say?
Yes, of course. And we have also like the many moves been played already.
So d4, d5, knight f3, knight f6, e3.
Slow start,
very
yes.
slow start, very
Yes, but-
symmetrical. And we have seen this setup already a few times. Yesterday, Nana opted for this setup. Didn't work out quite well for her.
Yes. Well,
Oh,
okay,
but
it
she
was
played
not
with the
bad,
c4,
yes.
so okay.
It wasn't
sorry.
bad, I mean, from the beginning at all, but
beginning
just
was
what
not
happened at the end, this is what we are talking about. Yes, so,
But again, this is a very, this is a line where you avoid the theoretical lines, but you want to play chess.
yes, exactly. So perhaps also the idea of Olga is that, I mean, Anna Muzychuk, as I said before many times, she's very well prepared in the opening. It's one of her, of course, strong sides, and she's avoiding all these kind of lines and just kind of says, let's just play chess and see what happens next, yes?
But on top of being well prepared, Anna is also a very good player, right? So
Yeah, I
it's-
mean, yes, of course. I
it's
mean,
not
I just,
necessarily-
while I was saying this, I was like, okay, which side is not strong, like she's also quite good middle game player, and she's also quite good in the endings. Anyway, let's have a look at the head-to-head between them. They have met already.
Oh, a whole lot
Only
of
one.
time.
One game, yes. So Anna Muzychuk managed to win the only game they played between each other, and has like slow maybe edge, of psychological edge.
Yeah, but I wouldn't read too much into one game, right?
Yes,
I say.
exactly. Yes, but they met before.
Okay, so here there are so many options for both players to go. So now Anna is taking her time to decide how she wants to place her pieces. To answer that, you need to understand how do you see the center, the matters going forward in the center. So, for instance, if you anticipate white to play c4, then eventually you might get positions like that with two hanging pawns, right?
Yes.
This is one setup that might rise at some point. Of course, there are so many other ways that it can go. So white can start with taken and then
C4.
try to force black to have this central pawns. Although for that, the knight on d2 is not ideally placed. So normally when you are facing against those two central pawns, so the thing is that those pawns can be a great force, and they also can become weak.
Exactly.
Right?
So you would like to attack them immediately.
And
this is
exactly.
What
and the move you would love to do here is to play knight a4. Unfortunately, from d2, it's not really possible to do. So once white committed to playing knight d2, maybe that's a hint that she does not want to go to this position, because then it's much harder to attack those pawns, right?
Exactly. So.
So this is something we have to take into account.
Yeah, I mean, understanding how to play actually with pawns in this kind of positions, it's quite important, because you can misplay it once and then you can end up with some weaknesses forever. Like some lines which you showed, I mean, if you make a mistake, then you end up with c-pawn, for example, isolated c-pawn, and then yes, what you're going to do.
Absolutely,
and
exactly.
So it's like, it can go wrong if you don't understand, let's say, which position you want to choose or which position you want to get. So hanging pawns are fine. Isolated pawn is also fine, but it depends again on your preferences, if you would like to play such positions or not. Are you trying to create also an isolated pawn for your opponent? So can you do this? So these kind of questions it's good to ask, or it's better even to know the answers before you go start playing.
It's always good.
Yes.
Good to know the answer for that. Not always you do know, but this is going to be the battle of who blinks first, and how do we shape the pawn structure in the center. For now, both players. So Anna played bishop d6, understanding that probably Olga does not want to take on c5 and play c4 immediately. And indeed, Olga played knight e5 very quickly, it has to be said.
Yes. And yeah, the idea is to place the second knight to sink on f3.
I think, and perhaps even f4 beforehand, right? To get a very strong hold on e5. And Mariya, Anna castled very quickly here after knight e5.
And almost immediately Olga played move a3.
a3, yes. Let's consider what this move is about.
Yeah, so just to kind of also understand this position, like if you would like to exchange this knight at any moment, like of course you cannot take with the knight, because then it's a fork.
Then it's
a little bit unpleasant. So then you have only option to take with the bishop, but normally it's not recommended, right? Because first of all, you give up your bishop pair, and secondly, help white to get this kind of center, even though white has two double pawns, but it's not a weakness here.
The problem, we don't have knight g4. Otherwise, we might have created, basically taken the pawn, right? Because white
it's hard
cannot
to defend it.
White cannot defend because we take, but there is one unfortunate thing, that the knight is hanging.
Yes,
so we cannot play knight g4 here. And if we play knight d7, then white will most likely play f4, I think.
Yes, move like f4, yes. And some ideas then with queen h5, and we are coming.
Queen h5, or we might even toy with an idea of sacrificing the bishop.
Yes, some Greek gifts ideas, right? Who knows? So yes, the players are thinking right now, and I mean, of course, Anna is taking this chance to understand better the position. So definitely not bishop takes is e5, but what else? Yes. So what kind of options could be in this game? It's a good question.
Yeah. So we might want to start with a move like knight d7 to ask some questions, of whether you want to keep the knight on e5 or go away.
Yeah, so the good news for black that even after, I mean, we can check it a little bit later, but after f4 moves, f4 move, we can see it on the board. I mean, we can presume this move can be played, like f6 is possible. This is how we will kick out this knight. But I mean, just if we speak a little bit not about the game itself, I want to share, let's say, some news, like not news, I mean insights. Yes, bravo. I mean, this is the word I was looking for, because like yesterday I was in the hotel and quite late in the night I could see Olga with Stavroula and Elisabeth. They were sitting together and chatting, and it was really nice to see them, you know, hanging together. I was passing by and I stopped for like a few minutes also and chatted with them. They were in a good mood, you know, discussing a lot of things and some stuff which I cannot share, unfortunately. But we had a good laugh and they said, okay, but this all stays here, you know, it doesn't go to our show, but I promised them. But it was really nice to see them, you know, just sharing some time together, and it's important part of life of the chess players. It's good that all participants stay at the same hotel, and it helps, of course, to find each other easily. Yes, I see that Mariya and Anna, actually, they also like spent some time together during breakfast, during lunch. Both of them actually have, at the moment, in plus, which is good.
Yeah,
good.
Which
Yes,
is
like
very good
that
for
both of them are fighting for the top places in the tournament. So I'm sure that it's really nice feeling.
But we are hooked on your insights from Breakfast with Anna. So you used to tell us.
Yes. No, this time I didn't want to interrupt. I saw that they had some peaceful time together, and like I decided, not to interrupt them. But instead I had a good time talking with Zhuche, the former world champion, who is like also following this event closely. And we were talking about this game with Nana and stuff, and she said, okay, it happens, everybody is used to this, even though yes, you need time to recover. But she was like, it's just a part of the game, exactly.
Very
like, what can you do?
about it,
Yes,
yeah.
exactly. And today I was explaining also to girls in Kenya. I showed this example and I told them, yes, this is what can happen. This is how chess can hurt a lot, but you should be ready for this psychologically. You should know that these kind of situations, they happen, and we have to be mentally ready just to stand up and fight again. And okay, we can perhaps later we'll jump to the game of Nana and we'll see what's going on. Maybe let's go there.
Now, yes?
Because I still worry, you know, it still hurts what happened yesterday.
Oh, and Stavroula is actually putting some pressure from the very beginning. So we have the timeout of Sicilian. And now knight b5 and f4. This is a very concrete line from the very get-go. The idea of white, of course, is that black having not played a6, it allows us to
jump a
little bit.
And
Black is not very impressed by those jumps because we know that, okay, we make one step back, but then we start pushing the knight away, and a6 is the move we need to do anyway. So if you are going to do that, you better have a very concrete plan, because if now you just go back to d4, then what have you done, right? You haven't accomplished too much, because I will have the option to play d5, b5, for instance, and it suits me. And the queen on b8 is not really worse than on c7. But so there is, not here, but there are actually ideas of bishop b6 sometimes, but I don't think here it works. But it goes like this. So we are threatening to play bishop c7 to capture the queen.
Exactly. Bishop c7 is the main strat, not even knight c7.
Exactly.
Yes. So I have to run with my queen. I think I have to play queen f4.
Queen takes f4. And now, so what is this? So now we can take the rook.
King
so we
b7.
sacrificed, just let's keep track of our pieces. So here we sacrifice the knight.
Exactly.
For a pawn. Now black takes a pawn, so black is a whole piece up now. But after a check,
The only move is king e7 because after
Exactly.
king d8, knight e6, you
less
take
than
the
ideal, right?
yes, you take this queen and it's game over for black. So king e7,
So black has to go to e7, and now,
and now if I take this rook,
if you take the rook, we have a check.
exactly. So now it's a good question on like what to do because like if are we ready to give one more pawn here, like bishop e2?
We might want to
Need
do
to.
that. Or might need to do that,
Yes.
but then what can we
Queen
take? Even?
g2, yes, and
probably.
I'm not sure what's
Somehow.
going on. I mean,
No,
with these
neither
two
am I.
kings, it's really clear because some bishop c5 ideas also are here, right?
Yeah, and
And,
this is how it ends in a draw.
Yeah,
No, just
because
kidding.
just let's show. Can I play king e8?
Maybe you can, huh? Check.
Check goes
King
back, and now a
d8.
rook is hanging, and but I have bishop f3 maybe,
Bishop f3.
which is important because both pieces were hanging. Rook
Yes.
and knight. I had to defend somehow.
And
Yes,
then we
and
can go.
somewhere here. And
We can
my
think
idea
about
was
maybe sacrifice, but that would be too much.
yeah. So my idea is actually to play like bishop b6 now, and now maybe this is how I can make a draw.
No, but you cannot come back anymore.
Bishop c5 is not possible. So king e7. Yes, this is the only
Stavroula
move.
is thinking. This is
Yeah.
interesting. What is she going to do?
But she just
it
made a
doesn't
move. Let's have a
doesn't
look.
seem like she played bishop b6. It was e5 was the second idea that obviously White had in mind because, as we said, you don't go back after when you play knight b5. You are
What
planning
do you
for
mean
something
you don't
more.
go back? It's the whole piece is hanging, you know.
Yeah, but
But
you don't go there
Yes,
if you are planning to go back, so you
yes.
don't go in the first place.
Correct. Yes. So what happens here? What if I take the
question.
knight? I
Yeah.
mean, let's figure it out.
Let's try to
Take because the difference was that at least it was white move and the previous. So you take the other one.
Probably.
Just like that.
As
because
you
I
said,
thought,
knight is a knight, so we
it's
don't want to
important,
give it
and
up.
you keep all the ideas. Yes, so like knight b5 still, and so on,
And
and
now-
even knight e4 maybe. Okay, not now, but
And now black has probably two moves, right? Do we want to keep this pawn on this b pawn with trying to attack?
yeah, well, I like this move before
Yeah.
as well. Yes, it seems interesting.
But maybe
Knight e4
well,
or what?
knight
e5?
e4 or knight b5.
With the
yes,
same ideas.
exactly. So we might claim that the tempo is much more important here than the pawn.
I guess it's maybe still Stavroula knows what's going on. Yes,
It
here.
looks like it.
Yes.
Looks like it.
Even though she
unless-
spent yes some time.
Actually, she has been the one thinking here,
Yes,
and Black Nana has been playing very fast so far. But you know, I have a question. Do we have this move, perhaps?
Knight e5, yes, tempting because like now if you
And
take
if you take, I take.
and
And I'm
bishop is
attacking
hanging.
here and here. Maybe you have queen d4.
Yeah, maybe. And the
Attacking
idea
the
is
queen, protecting, and the idea is that we also we have this, right?
we'll take with the knight, yes, and removing the knight from the threat. Wow, interesting. So knight
So
e5
this
maybe is not
doesn't work,
working.
yeah? Okay, so let's check it further. So if we take, if we just take like that, what is this position?
Knight b5
Knight b5.
with some ideas like bishop b6, but now it's an
b6 is-
extra tempo.
Yeah.
Maybe I can play like the bishop b7, right?
Bishop e7,
Yes.
but then again, even now, what do you do?
Yeah, I had another move also, like maybe something like rook a6, but we can check it later.
Yeah,
Yes, so like queen f4 here. I just want to see how different it is from the line you showed before, king f8. Now the difference is that we didn't
you
win
will
the
be
piece.
rook down.
Yes,
Yes,
we didn't.
yes,
I mean, I
not
thought
an
maybe there is
exchange,
something.
It's just a rook.
No, there is nothing here.
Probably not
No,
enough.
no, not enough. Yeah, you don't have even enough pieces to create anything. So that's a difference. So bishop b6, we have to be careful. I mean, we have to be careful not to allow this knight c7.
And we have, you know, another something that we often have is to play bishop before check and play then bishop a5 to protect from here like that.
Yeah.
But
But
it
you have
doesn't-
knight c7.
You still have knight c7, right?
Because you will defend the... Actually, you still have something like queen d6 even, but okay, not
d6
here,
is-
it's too much.
is painful,
So
yeah.
knight a...
So let's say we go here, but then bishop c5 is impossible.
Take.
But anyway, as you said, right? If the knight takes and then the knight recaptures, it's just a whole rook.
Yes, exactly.
Not such a great idea. So how do we play with black here? It's here, yeah? Or even here, maybe we should think.
Yes, so I thought about like second option was like rook e6. But I don't want to put the rook normally there because it's this bishop on f1 is kind of...
It's a bit annoying,
Yes.
right, to have this.
But on the other hand, the moment knight jumps, I can kind of go back. But yeah, what else? Like bishop, not to allow
What
bishop
else?
b6.
Maybe we can play, maybe we can play d5.
d5, yes. But
Nana took on b5, I think.
she did, yes.
Yes,
This is
it
what
looks
we
like.
actually had to check as well, yes. So bishop.
And now, actually, I have a feeling that Stavroula is trapping. So the fact that she spent 20 minutes on a clock doesn't really mean that she doesn't know. As you
Absolutely, yes,
said,
yes,
so
yes.
it might well be that she knows what she's doing here.
Yes. Is it like, can be a little bit of bluffing? Yes, like I don't know, I'm trying to remember, but everything is written in the files, everything is
Yes.
clear. Yeah.
Maybe d5 here? What do you think?
d5 with the idea, let's say after bishop
The idea is
b6.
to meet bishop d6, b6 or bishop d6, but I'm not sure black is so happy here, though.
At least happier than after you lose the material. Yes.
That's true.
By the way, you could maybe include bishop before and
To
bet, yes,
provoke a
just in
c3?
case, but maybe not. Maybe you don't
Maybe.
need it. Yes, just in case. So bishop d6 and so what is this position like? You mean that the king is also yes a little bit exposed?
Both kings are very exposed,
Yes.
right? So this f4 is very weakening. Is a very weakening move. So, for instance, if we just take here, then all of a sudden this is hanging, and this is a very annoying threat.
This
with
is
the-
unknown. Yes, exactly. That's why like
this
didn't need
fork.
to have c3 at all here. Yes.
Yes,
by the
exactly.
way, yes.
By the way.
And what I have to play like bishop b3 here? No, I'm not sure.
Yeah, and then d4 even. So I'm not sure we're so happy with white. So maybe taking on d6 is not such a great idea. But if not, then what? So f4 is under attack.
Yeah, to play g3
To
or
play
f5.
g3, maybe, yes. Maybe that's
Or
what we have to do. F5. F5 we can run into even
that's a
this
problem.
one.
Yes, like it looks aggressive and kind of tempting, but it's not maybe that
But
great.
it might be counterproductive, yeah?
I don't know. Only if I want to take rook h2.
As you probably want to, yeah?
I don't know.
So this, and then we check first
Yes.
to ask you where do you go.
Ah.
I want you to go
Tricky.
somewhere, yeah, somewhere.
Or d2.
Probably, yeah, d2, but then okay. So what is this?
I need to take the rook. I think knight
You-
c7. He goes wherever,
Where? Let's say here.
somewhere.
So here you're a piece up. Right?
Yes. But my king is on d2.
But
yes.
your king is on d2.
I kind of accept it.
It's a bit difficult to.
And my knight is a little bit out of play for
Yes,
now.
But it's but
But I'm not
it's
risking
an extra
to,
knight, yes.
to lose it that much, yes.
I-
So I'm
Unless we
wondering-
find something very concrete, I'm not sure we have much here with black.
But it's clear that Stavroula started to fight from the very
Very
first
interesting, eh?
move, yes.
So how do we proceed here? Let's go back to our current position, and Nana is thinking.
Now I'm thinking, I don't think it's a good sign. like normally you should know how you defend here, but yeah, I mean maybe she just tries to remember so
the-
many
be-
lines.
Exactly.
Yes.
So she might have seen this line something like in 2023
Yes.
before some game, and now she's trying to recall of what her analysis show there.
Maybe she even knows, for example, it's drawish at the end. But the good
Exactly.
question is how to play and how to remember all this. Yes.
That's what today sometimes players do, right? They test their opponent's memory.
Skills
Yeah.
to memorize the lines and to keep them.
And then you say, okay, if she remembers it, then okay, then we
I'm
make
fine
a draw.
with the draw,
Yes,
but if you don't, sorry. Yes, it's a victory for me. Yeah. So Nana keeps thinking. She needs to find a way how to play, how to proceed, like either to take on f6 or maybe, actually, why you need to take? Maybe you can spend time for now doing
Maybe.
something like not even maybe like d5 immediately.
Maybe that's the right way to do. But yeah,
Again, still the same. Yes, you will take on b5. And I will have the same issues. Just I'm trying to save maybe a couple of tempos, but I'm not sure if I can do so.
by the way, you know what? I'm thinking maybe we can just play b6
Ah,
and
and-
prevent it altogether, this idea of bishop b6.
Oh, it
Very
didn't
fresh
cross my
idea.
mind,
It
yes,
didn't
at all,
cross my
but
mind as well, but
the
I think it is an idea, right?
the fact is, yes, you actually just prevented all these bishop c6, all these troubles, yes.
And maybe we can do it like without even sacrificing a pawn, right? We can do it like that.
b6, yes, exactly. And now white needs to find a way because like black needs just a few moves like to finish the development. Yes, d5, bishop b7, and then
Probably will be okay, although oftentimes, you know, when we are forced to capture with a pawn, if white manages to install a queen or a bishop maybe on h5, it's very annoying because this pressure on f7 is unpleasant, and you can basically do nothing about it as black.
yes, and bishop d3 will also come, maybe provoking you to play f5 at certain point and
Yeah.
weakening your dark squares as well. So
Maybe it's gonna be an interesting battle.
exactly, yes, it seems like they are ready for a fight, both players, unless we kind of miss something, some lines which go directly to a drawish ending or something like that. Anyway, we haven't checked yet, I think, one game.
Harika against
Yes,
Mariya
Harika.
Muzychuk, right?
Harika
And
is playing.
here it looks, at first sight, it looked like another French, but the pawn is on e3 and not on e5. So this is
Not on
it's
the 5,
quite-
not on the 4, yes, so it's on the 3, yes. How did it start?
How
Well,
did it start with d4, d5, knight f3, another a c3? Yeah, a very cautious line. It's a mix of a London variation, right? With the
so she doesn't take on d6 and kind
Yeah.
of inviting black to take
inviting
on
black
f4.
to take, because then white claims that those pawns are more of a strength than a weakness, because we take e5 under our control and the e file will be open, so we'll have some good game by on the e file.
Yes, and there are same ideas with black as well. Yes, after bishop f5, bishop d3, you can also play like e6 and
Exactly.
yes,
Exactly.
played something like that
So,
before.
so normally we don't take on either f5 or f4, right? So
It reminds me a little bit game of Aleksandra Muzychuk with this knight on e5, but the bishop is on b2 in this game. Yes, but here it's on f4. Yes.
black is very quickly to take some space advantage on the queen side. And h4. And white, on the other hand, is going to play on the king side. This might prove to be a very exciting and interesting game.
Yes, sharp and double-edged, and white still hasn't made the castling, hasn't made the castling, and who knows?
Maybe she will stay for some time here in the center, but so white can start pushing here, and black will start pushing here.
Another purpose of this move c4 is not to allow the bishop to go to d3, right? I mean, this is like important. I would like to have my bishop on this diagonal, either on c2 or somewhere around there to support any kind of attack. But
Yeah.
now the bishop is not placed that well. Where would you?
Another plan we might have is to play more solidly, to play bishop g3, bishop g2, castle, and then try to push e4, saying that this pawn advance c5, c4, we can pawn on d5 a little bit, and it might be a target for us to play. So it's going to be interesting which one Harika chooses. She obviously knows all those plans.
It's time to drink some tea, to get some energy and check what's going on right now.
So she is going to decide where to go, and we have visited all the games so far, yeah?
Yes, at the moment. But so let's start again, or maybe we
Let's
can have the bird view, if possible, so to understand where we can go.
Let's take a look if possible.
If we can do it.
And we'll choose.
So for the moment we can see Harika.
Harika is thinking.
And Mariya Muzychuk is not here.
Oh, and she is. What is she going to do? It looks like she wants to play knight f3, but I might be wrong about this.
Which move you think she wants to play?
Maybe to play knight with
another
this
knight,
knight
like
to
similar idea.
f3. I'm not sure.
Yes, she doesn't have a f4 move compared to the previous game.
Okay, so Nana is still thinking. Okay, maybe we can go to Zhu against Divya because something has changed there. Let's. Yeah, can we go to Zhu's game? Oh, we can stay with Harika, yeah? Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Here we are.
So a lot has
yes,
happened
lots
here.
of exchanges in the center. We can even see from this perspective that not so many pawns are left in the center, right? At the beginning, there were many. But now it's just, you can see less pieces of the board. Yes, massive exchanges we had.
Yeah. So we left the game here at after white played a3 and after castle. So the idea, it's not entirely clear still why a3, but white took on c5, placed bishop b3. So the idea is that we want to install one of our pieces on d4, a blockade, something that you like to do, right? And then play basically against this
bishop.
this
Yes,
bishop. Yeah.
the main idea. And even we are ready to kind of exchange this bishop on d3 for the knight. We don't mind, right?
Yeah, and actually, have we created? No, we didn't create. Yeah, a trap. So I was thinking that there is a very known pattern that when we have a pawn on e5.
I mean, the Greek gift pattern, as we were discussing even before.
Yes, and when we have the knight on the pawn on e5, preventing black pieces from going to f6 and protecting their king. So there is this very known, and when I was 4 or 5, I think I solved like hundreds of them, of those sacrifices.
I can say that it's quite early age, for this.
Yeah.
You were doing well at these times. I can understand. Yes, g5.
That was the peak of my career.
Yes,
So
the funniest thing is that here queen is not placed
the queen,
on d1,
usually
yes?
we want to have the queen on d1, and then the queen jumps to h5, attacking, basically creating mating threats against the king. So the main idea here, but even here, it might happen to work.
Exactly,
so
because queen d3 is
queen
also
goes here. We
nice.
attack, right? Now let's say if you just run away with the king, then so we already collected 2 pawns. We are threatening mate in 1.
I will see it. I will play rook f8. Most probably, right?
Probably you have to say you have to play that.
And then what next?
How do we do? What do we do now?
Maybe like h4, h5.
H4, H5 is a move, or we can,
Just-
you know, maybe we can just go like that with an idea of maybe playing knight e4 or even f5.
And I like that after queen b6, maybe rook d5.
After queen, yes, you might
So, I
you might
just like that.
not like it at all, right?
Yes, or queen c7, whatever. So yeah, I mean, trying to prevent this spin. But I mean, black, of course, is not obliged to play there, but it's nice to see that white has some tricks in this
But
position.
where do you go? Yeah, it's not so easy to find a move for black. Because, if, for instance, if you try to snatch a pawn, then we always have this check and taking, so...
What if I play some strange moves like queen e8, trying to kind of free my rook?
Yeah, so after queen e8, you know, I was thinking maybe to sacrifice another one.
Oh.
Why not? And now I'm threatening checkmate in one.
You do?
Yes.
It's not easy.
I want to also take, just take the bishop.
Okay,
Why
I hope
not?
bishop is3, at least for now,
Yeah,
to
you
defend.
saved the bishop,
But how to save the king?
do you feel any better?
No, because I don't even have a 5 move, right? I mean, it's like...
Yeah, this doesn't move. This doesn't move. This
no, I
definitely
have to sacrifice
doesn't
my
move.
queen now in order to survive, yes? Or
Yeah, but I'm not
rook
sure I'm going
g8,
to even...
Rook g8 maybe.
Rook g8, but then check and checkmate,
And
yes?
checkmate, yes, knight h7, beautiful. Yes.
So this is how it's done.
Well, it's interesting, like even though we sacrifice the piece only for 2 pawns, so many threats can kind of
Yeah,
work.
and we didn't have anything very concrete immediately, but it's definitely something that needs to be checked.
Yeah, so that's why maybe she played what she played.
Exactly.
She understood all these ideas very well.
She
I'm
played
sure about
f5,
this.
and f5 closes all those ideas once
yeah.
and for all, right? So
Yeah, you don't want to get this bishop h7 normally, so you prevent it at the very beginning. So f5.
and it's
I mean,
also
it's typical,
also very
yes?
typical, exactly as you're saying. So the point is that white is kind of forced to take. Sometimes black even plays f6, but even after f5, you're kind of forced to take because you cannot tolerate black knight on e4 really. So, right? It's not very pleasant. And now this is an important intermediate move, because otherwise you would just lose. If you take here, you just lose the knight, right?
Exactly. So you couldn't do it with the bishop. First you take knight d3, and then bishop goes to f6.
Yeah, and this is an interesting setup. So we have those somewhat weakened pawns. But we have a bishop pair, and we have some very dynamic, very interesting dynamic play for black, and that's normally what white is trying to prove the weaknesses to be more important than the activity of black pieces, and black is trying to do the opposite. So.
Yes, and in the ideal world, I would like to bring this bishop from c8 to g6, also like typical plan, like bishop d7, e8. G6, I don't know if we have time for that because G6 is also like quite weak. But yeah, I mean maybe.
But
at one
during
point
the
this
course
can
of the
work.
game, yeah, we definitely might want to try to do that. And sometimes if you're not, if you're careless a little bit with white, and black manages to play e5, then all of a sudden it's an isolated pawn, and there might be some very concrete and good play for black as well.
Yes, so normally would like to block these pawns, right, and not to allow any kind of movement. How to do it?
Not so easy to do that. Yeah, it's much easier said than done. You probably need to, first of all, you need to decide where are you castling.
Good point. Yes,
To castle long, it's a bit scary, right? With this
Yes.
bishop on f6.
And like b5 before, the attack of black can be very quick since we played a3 here,
Yeah,
and
feels
white's attack is not so
a bit
impressive.
a bit unnecessarily dangerous to go there. And but if you castle, so d4 is not a threat, or is it?
I think it is.
d4 is a threat.
Yes.
So we can just castle because
Yes,
we
so
just.
it's a clear threat right now. Yes.
So we have to deal somehow with this unpleasant threat of d4.
I mean, that's why long
That's
castle
why
is
long
possible.
castle makes sense, right?
But okay, rook d1 also
Rook
we
d1 is
have,
another
or
move.
I was still kind of checking a little bit, like knight d4 move, like if it's
Let's see.
even
Let's see.
theoretically
So-
possible to block this pawn. And
That's a great question.
yeah,
So-
but we have to take into account that e5 is possible as well here.
So yeah, somehow our pieces are a little bit misplaced here, yes?
Yes, and like black finished the development, the king is already in the safe place, and our king is open, so we have to be also careful.
So for instance, yeah, if we take on e5, I don't think it's a good idea. But then all of a sudden, look how our pieces might get into... So if we go to d2, then knight c4
For example, yes.
is attack, and we start collapsing here, right? As white, this is just
course.
it looks like game over from the
Rook e8.
very beginning. So here I think white is already, if white takes on e5, knight e5, white is in a big trouble already, because even if we play something like that, so first of all, look how all black pieces start getting out with tempi and bishop g4, knight goes to c4.
Yes, no, it doesn't look good at all. But I mean, what to do? So maybe knight d4 after e5. I have to take at least this knight.
You have to take the knight,
Yes.
but then d5 is no longer is protected already, right? And we have a very good bishop pair.
First, it didn't look like that, but yeah.
But all of a
it is.
sudden, you know, and black is it's like, you know, it's like a spring that goes, you know, just breaks through. So the black's position. So
And I have to take on e5, perhaps.
probably
even.
you have to take on
And
e5.
then I really am afraid to castle short.
I will even
Maybe.
play a move that you will like, I think. Bishop f5.
So what if
So
we
if you take, there is
bishop h4?
check. And if you go back, then we can just even take back.
But I could play queen d4, maybe.
Ah, you could play queen d4, yes.
Maybe queen
I
d4.
blundered it completely.
I'm not sure. It's still kind of.
Yeah, but I'm sure I blundered it. Yeah, maybe it will work out, but I did blunder. So yeah, okay, you're right.
It looked nice, bishop f5, but yes,
Looks
we
nice,
have,
but it doesn't
something.
work, so
Yeah.
we need to take. You don't have, as you said, you don't have short castle, and we are threatening to give you this annoying check.
Exactly, and
I
also
definitely
bishop
take
f5
black.
is still here.
I definitely
like you.
take black here. Yes.
Yes, exactly.
So maybe knight d4.
Sometimes after this kind of moves f6, black can get quite nice position. Like white should be really careful. This is what Alik you meant, like by showing all these lines that if white is playing just inaccurately, black can definitely fight for initiative and I mean have good chances. Has good chances. After this.
Absolutely. Absolutely. One of the things that white can do maybe is place bishop c5, solving this immediate issue of the fork, right, with the tempo. So maybe this is something that white, and I think that's one of the candidate moves that Zhou is thinking about, right?
So like,
But
what to do? Rook
maybe you
f7
can
or
win a pawn,
and take on a4.
take and take.
Yeah, I want to play rook e4. Yes, exactly.
Why not? A pawn is a pawn.
Good
A rook
point.
c4 is also a threat. Yes, and bishop c5
Maybe
is
there are some
probably not the
difficulties,
best.
yes, and we can
It
kind
looks
of
like
see.
Definitely feels like
Yeah.
there are some.
I mean, it's like
issues.
normally you automatically take on f6 because you don't want to allow this f5 pawn to stay there, yes, for black, and then you start thinking, and it's not that easy, yes. Many times black can prove with moves like c5, f6, or f5 that this kind of center, which looks very vulnerable, this d5 or 6, can be suddenly quite doing well, yes, like you can move it, you can move f5 or d4. Like you said here, castling
with
d4.
those, exactly. With those
Yes.
lines, we kind of see the potential of black pieces all of a sudden, right? It just breaks through. So maybe we need to just play something like
Rook d1 and prevent, let's say, all play.
I'm still scared to castle long. I don't know. Just
Yeah,
call
yeah.
me coward, but I'm
You-
scared. Yeah.
You don't do this, yes, you kind of.
Oh, maybe this is okay because now e5 you don't really have e5 because there's
You can
way
take on.
too much firepower against d5. Yeah.
Exactly, yes. So now that it seems like Jiner is thinking about this position, it's probably one of the first critical moments for her in this game. So we can maybe jump and see. Nana game was quite
Nana,
exciting.
yeah, but
yes.
Nana is still thinking.
She's
so
still
yeah.
thinking, yes, after,
Unless,
which is not a good sign, as we discussed with
Not,
you.
not for
much,
Nana, yes.
Yes, how much time?
No,
she
but
spent?
actually, no, I'm sorry. No.
No?
It
She
seems
has
that yeah, it seems that they have played something.
Yeah, maybe we just need to
Because
refresh. Yes.
Stavroula is thinking the knight is on b5, so obviously, what happened there? Can we see the full screen of the board? Thank you.
Yes, I also
so
can
she
see
played
this knight on
b4.
B5,
She
yes.
played b4.
Something what we discussed
Before,
a little bit.
yeah, exactly. Before knight b5.
And now maybe your move b6.
And now my move. Well, thank you.
The move you found, I mean, it wasn't easy. I mean, we checked so many lines before we came to this conclusion.
But
Yes.
you know, but now
I see
there
there is
are
a difference.
issues,
Yes.
right? Because if we take and we need, we kind of have to take
We
back.
have to, yes, and but knight d6.
There is a check. Yeah.
Yes. And I
I'm
go
not sure.
king
Yeah,
e7.
you
The-
go king e7.
The nice thing also that b6 prevents your bishop to go to c5,
Yes.
yes?
Yes.
So this b6 move is not that bad.
Maybe we can continue, right? Because the dark squares are still vulnerable a little bit.
No.
No?
I think I'm ready even maybe sometimes to give it. But
You will give it up, yeah?
I still have an option to play rook a6. But I don't want it. Yeah, I mean, so d5 you will take, yes.
d5. Oh, b6 was played by Nana very fast.
Yes. Perhaps it's the only move because we
Yeah.
were checking many lines before. If you followed, it's really hard to prevent against bishop b6 idea and then bishop c7, knight c7. It's clear that white has a really strong initiative there. So yeah, b6.
But this can be very forced actually, right? Because if white takes now on g7, black must
Yeah,
take
exactly.
back.
And then 96.
And
Yes.
then knight d6. Actually, you know, another move that is maybe worth considering is queen d6, but let's leave it for now.
Yeah, knight d6, check.
And here maybe
and
not king e7. Maybe we want to go to f8, but then
is it such a big difference? We have still need to find the protection against knight c4.
Yeah.
No matter where you move the king, I think it's basically the same, right? So, I mean, we can later say, okay, king
Yeah.
on f8.
we'll make
So,
adjustments later.
yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, it can be a little bit unpleasant because this threat knight b6 is
Knight b6 is
A bit
very real,
annoying.
yeah, and even bishop b6 might be interesting to keep the knight on c4 and bishop c5. For instance, if you play b5 here, then check, unpleasant.
yeah.
Maybe this is why we would like to have the king.
So it depends on the line, yes.
Yeah, very much. Because now if we go here, then knight d6, all of a sudden it's very unpleasant, yeah?
Forks and I mean,
And
what is
bishop
this?
goes
like-
to b5, it's like a wreck of a position. Yeah?
No, we don't want it. And I wonder, like b5, it doesn't feel good. But I mean, again, I don't want to end up with rook a6, but maybe it's one of the best options.
Rook. Yeah, but if you need to play rook a6, it might be.
Because my next move, maybe even d5. No, d5 didn't have.
Yeah,
knight.
tell me what you want,
Yes,
so I
maybe
can
d-
prevent it.
But let's think. If I want to play d5 and kick out the knight and then come back, let's say with the rook, or I can play rook a7.
Okay. So now that you have told me what you want, let me start. I will not call it attacking, but so rook g8 even, yeah.
Even rook g8 with some ideas of bishop c3.
Yeah. So I wanted to check from here and take on h7, but maybe it's too
Maybe too much.
materialistic. And,
Yes.
yeah. Just bishop f6.
Allowing to take and having in mind rook h8 or rook g7.
Yeah. Nana seems to be very calm.
It also seemed yesterday to be very calm, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like it's hard to understand.
But in such a
actually.
position, in such a sharp position, you know, it's either you remembered or you calculated it all, or and the bar, by the way, suggests that she's right? It's about equalish.
No, but remember when yesterday's game against Harika, when Nana played with like 30 seconds on her clock and she
was
found all these
unbelievable. It was
amazing moves. So
unbelievable.
I will not be surprised if even if she didn't remember, she kind of evaluated position, checked the lines, and chose the best one. I mean, she thought. B6 is like really good move. I mean, it took us also some time, yes, to
Yeah,
find it.
yeah,
I mean,
absolutely,
yes.
absolutely.
It's good that Alik, you are here. I'm not sure I would still look for defense. Yes, in this moment. Yes. Let's remind our viewers we are not using help of engines. We are trying to use our brains, which is not the same. But
Trying is a good word.
Yes, exactly. So we're also asking you to try not to look at the valuation always and not to check the lines and take an advantage of this tournament and learn something and to try to use your brain, trying to evaluate position and like how would you play here or there, and ask these questions. Keep asking what are the ideas of the opponent of Nana, what are Nana's ideas. So it helps a lot to improve your level as well and kind of even check like, am I able to find the move which the top grandmaster is doing in this tournament? Like, oh yes, I managed. Like even we feel happy sometimes that we find something and like, wow, yes, I saw everything. Good job. So you can kind of do the same thing and check your level of chess and maybe understand that maybe something is still you need to work on something what is hard to get. Let's say.
Absolutely. Here.
She keeps thinking, yes.
She
What
keeps
else can
thinking,
be done? We checked with you some lines with like 96 later on, yes, in the game.
Yeah,
after f takes g7. What else?
I was looking for a second about this move to keep the pawn on f6, but I'm not sure about it at all. So my idea is clear, right? We want to protect the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And not allow black to get out with the bishop, but it feels that
some like 94, yes.
Yeah, you can take and even first take here, for instance, and if we take, then just rook g8, and what have we accomplished? Not really clear, right?
Yes.
Just gave up to a pair of bishops, and yeah, it's a stupid idea.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you don't want to spend so much time. Like, what are the other candidates' moves? Like, after black defending against ideas like bishop b6 or bishop c5 sometimes, probably black now wants to take on f6, right? Like,
Yeah.
I would like to take on f6, finish my development, and that's it. If we don't take on g7, like, what is that? Another option?
What can we even
like,
do?
just to develop, like, play bishop d3, I don't know, bishop b2 and castle.
Yeah, but then we are just a pawn down, yeah?
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if black manages to play d5, and she will. Why are we so happy here?
Oh, you told me before that some moves like bishop h5 can be good, and so
Yeah, but I told you
yes.
when we were not pawn down. So.
Exactly. So, like, is there any reason to have this pawn?
Here, even
To
maybe
give
we
this
can
pawn?
go.
Yes. No. It's no. Maybe not.
Yeah, but in general, you're right. It's a valid idea to place a piece, but maybe we don't want to give up the pawn. So
yes. Why don't we just kind of?
We can do the same without sacrificing, right?
Yes.
We can
and
take.
then the same. Yes. Bishop e2. Bishop
And again, I feel that I want to give this check. Honestly.
Check is very attractive, you know.
It's always it's irresistible almost.
Ruining also like castling for black. Yes, why not? Yes, you always
It's
consider
virtually
it.
irresistible. And you know, another. No, it's not. So for a second, I was thinking maybe to sacrifice on b6 and play queen d6, but that's just complete nonsense. We're not
On the other
threatening.
hand, Black wants to take on b2 maybe sometimes. You know?
Yeah, so for this reason, knight d6 and c4 does look
Yes, good,
promising,
and
yeah?
you defend it. Yes.
So
Yes.
we also prevent you from castling.
Mhm.
And why not? And we can try to go crazy even maybe, yes, with moves like queen h5, sacrifice the piece, giving
Here
a
we go.
check. Here we go, yeah. But again, you will run away, and I don't know what happens there.
I don't know, it's interesting. Yes. So now I think after we checked all the games, even some of them a couple of times, let's have a short break and we'll come back very soon. So don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
In a land bathed in light, two unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Welcome back, everyone, and we keep watching the round 7 of Women's Grand Prix tournament here in Nicosia, and we decided with Alik to have a look and check the playing venue. It was interesting to see. Okay, one board is not is empty right now, but all the others, of course, are fighting. And I think Jiner was the only player who kept walking. All other participants are just sitting and.
But she kept walking, but watching her on board on
at the same
screens,
time. Yes, so that's interesting. Like, yes, she was in a different room, players area where you can have some soft drinks and bite something, check something. Yes, some food is there too. But she was checking. But now we go to another game. Like Olga Badelka plays with the leader of the tournament, Anna Muzychuk, and we have some development.
We have some
right?
development. Yeah, look at this. So when we left that game, so Olga decided to, as we predicted, right? So she played Queen E2 and F4, enforcing the knight on E5. And eventually, she decided to take on C5, as we discussed, right? Creating, going for those central pawns.
So she tried to create some hanging pawns.
Exactly,
yes,
they're
maybe,
called hanging pawns, and the idea is to take, and if we capture with a piece, then this will be weak, a weakness, right? And if we recapture with a pawn, then both of them will be either weak or strong. Anna decided to play knight e4 here, which is interesting, but it might be it might well be a blunder, because now Olga took on d5, and Anna decided. So Anna's idea was to take on d2 intermediate move. And exactly for this reason, and look at this, and Olga is sacrificing a rook. So she already sacrificed a piece on d2, but she does not recapture back. Instead, she takes on e6, which is a very, very strong move. Not the point.
Exactly, like, and the interesting thing is, like, look at this, like, players are not recapturing automatically, yes? So after E takes d5, I mean, she thought about the move, after C takes d5, yes? She decided first to have this intermediate move on d2, but even her opponent is not doing it intentionally. Like, she doesn't also capture back, she checks what else I can do in this position. Like, it's important, you know, to stop yourself for a second and ask yourself this question: do I have other options?
As my coach used to say, you know, chess is not checkers, right? You don't have to recapture. So,
Yes,
because
have some advantages, yes.
Your initial reaction is always recapture back or capture if you can, but you don't have to. That's important to remember. And the main idea here is that, of course, if you take here, so there are two ways which you can go wrong. I think this is the main one.
It's like it was not enough. Let's give one more piece. Yes?
Another piece, but the problem is that after this check, check on f7, you have to take.
Yeah.
I will take, and now you go. I think it doesn't really matter much.
It's
it does
h7
matter.
because h8 immediately checkmate.
If you go here,
yes.
this is not really checkmate.
Knight g6.
Not really checkmate, because the queen is protecting you,
yes,
right,
so
by
the idea
X-ray,
is like
right?
bishop g7 is not working
So
right away.
maybe we don't want to play knight g6, but rather play something like knight d7.
And claim that... but I mean, there is still something like rook g8, no? Because
exactly,
rook
rook g8 doesn't work because of checkmate, but you have maybe
knight
something
f5.
like knight f5, yes? Let's see
this is what I'm trying to understand.
Because bishop e5 we just take,
We just take it.
enough. Although we have given a lot, but not that much.
So knight
and
f5.
If we go here, so what's our material situation? We are a piece and a rook down. Oh no, we're just a piece down.
So then we just can recapture and...
Sorry, we're two pieces down.
Yes.
Right?
But after...
But we can maybe just capture still.
You want to capture this knight, yes?
I'm not sure.
I was thinking about capturing on f5. because
Maybe capturing on a
because
5.
even
you're
if you take on
Yeah.
e3, yeah, okay.
Yeah, right. Capturing on a 5, and then if
What
knight
is my
takes...
threat? Yes, I'm still trying to figure it out. Like,
you have, I think you have many. Even go back?
even go back again,
And
yes.
take another knight on a 5.
Exactly, yes. There is no...
But
like
eventually
again,
black will run out of knights. Yes.
So, yes, so no rook g8, still bishop b5 is the same problem, and bishop b8.
Bishop of
Fate.
Fate. Now we have, since there is no more knights on e7, but what if we just bring the rook? I don't believe that you can defend this king when it's all alone.
Overall, it seems like, Anna can be in trouble. Or, I just wonder, first of all, if she could see this idea at all from so far. Yes, that
well,
d takes is easy to miss, no?
I
think it's easy to miss.
E6 is
Like,
easy to miss,
You
yes.
take the piece and you also threaten the rook, and how is it possible that your opponent
When you're
ignores
calculating, so probably
Yeah.
here she already saw it, but the problem with it is that she needed to see it all the way here, right?
Exactly, when she decided to go for this line.
Because if
let's
now you
check-
recapture,
yes, like
then
if you
it's
recapture.
just you're just positionally very, very bad here. So with this weak pawn, and then the knights are having fantastic squares, not so good.
Yeah.
So obviously knight takes f1 is not good because for one thing black doesn't have to do, white doesn't have to, well, I mean, if we take here, white will at least have a perpetual, right? So, and everything else is an extra.
Yes.
Right, and there's a lot going on here for white.
I wonder if there was something else, like instead of bishop h7, which is very tempting and I think is good, like maybe there is also something
There is
else.
also something else. So you can even, you need to check moves like first
Take on f7, take, and then queen h5 also.
and then queen h5, exactly.
Yes.
This
So
is
I
one
don't
thing
know,
that
like,
you have to think.
maybe it's
This
even
doesn't
better.
work for sure. I think the only way for white is for black to keep playing is something like that.
To come back and...
To prevent at least to prevent this bishop h7.
So what can I do in this case? Take on this
Now, if you
f7,
take, you probably have to give up this exchange because I
this
do not believe
queen h5, knight
you
g6.
can.
Not immediately.
Not
like,
immediately, but even like here.
Like,
So-
what is your next move, you mean?
Yeah, so we already have 3 pawns for a piece.
Yeah.
So we are not even any material down, but we have such a strong attack here against your king.
Yes, like 4 pieces are on the king's side, and rook f3 may also join the party later.
It
Rook
may
f3,
and
rook
will,
h6.
right?
Actually, with the idea to take on h7.
Yes.
I can
Beautiful.
play rook
Let's,
f3.
let's see it.
Yes.
Let's show it. Yeah. So,
Yes,
for
so-
instance, if black is not doing anything, then it's just check.
Checkmate.
Checkmate.
Okay, but this is a little bit cooperative chess. Maybe knight f6 was...
Knight f6, yeah, but again, I mean, this is very...
But knight f6, yeah, it's, I mean, it's possible, but...
Very, very... You know, I'm thinking... It doesn't work, but...
So queen h6 or what?
I was
what?
thinking about a move like that even, yeah. So the idea being that now if we jump...
Anywhere we threaten bishop
Somewhere.
f6, yes,
Yeah,
checkmate.
but
But
then
okay,
the
rook
rook takes
f7.
f7, and if we take here, then even we can recapture like that, and the king
And then the
runs
king
away.
has space
Yeah,
to go, yeah. So maybe it's a bit too much,
a bit.
but good
But
to
we
know
don't-
these ideas,
We
it's
don't
good.
need to do that, right? So we can just play something like very, very calm queen h4. Now
Maybe sometimes
the threat is
threatening,
bishop
yes.
h7, for instance. Or no, it's not a threat. The threat is maybe knight g6.
Knight g6 and bishop f6 or queen f6.
Exactly. We have so much firepower here. You can barely even in.
Yeah,
And
she
Anna
goes
did
94.
play 94.
94, yes. was
Obviously, she's not thrilled about her position,
good. Wow.
and
But perhaps it's the best. Yes, you said it's the best.
and look,
move.
and actually after 94, the bar jumps very much. So knight e4 is not the best move, although it looked most natural to me. What was the move then? Maybe we needed to take out this knight.
Maybe just to accept. What if you just accept?
Maybe just take. Yeah, but
and
then
you pawn down, or
yeah,
what? Is it to pawn down?
just to pawn
Exactly,
a very
yes.
healthy pawn. Yeah, and then. But maybe that's the least of evil right
Yes,
here.
but yeah, I mean, you don't want to. I mean, even psychologically, perhaps maybe it's even easier to lose the game like that than to accept that you're pawned down and position is also not so
Exactly. Yes.
great. Yes. So here, at least she has some kind of hopes to fight, but. We actually predicted it with you, right? Before the round, we were speculating and we said that, yes, Anna has some extra pressure on her shoulders as the leader of the tournament. It's always hard.
It's always hard.
And you are playing with someone who is not having the great event. Sometimes you have some hopes also to kind of win this game and finish the tournament. Like with +4, good luck for the others to catch me, yes? But everything is still possible. And
Oh, and Olga takes with the knight. This is interesting. We haven't even considered it.
yes, we were checking it with the pawn, but yeah, why not with the knight?
Good question.
Opening bishop from b2 to g7.
Right, so the threat is very nasty. Queen g4, right. Wow.
Yes.
Oh, another one. Another threat is
It's just knight h6.
maybe knight
Oh,
h6, but
then
not, it
knight
doesn't
just-
work. Yeah, but just comes to show you how difficult Black's position is actually, right? How do you even defend here? Wow.
I mean, just let's show the variation. Like if you take on f7 with the rook, because we haven't checked it yet. Take, let's say king f7.
King f7. So we have 2 pawns for and
the
a rook
piece.
for 2 pieces, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think that we even have a check. The point is that you cannot cover here because of, so for instance, if you play something like that, I will take, and I check, and I win.
And you take the piece
Take
back
the
and
piece
like
back.
two.
It's just an exchange in 2 pawns.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't do that, and then, for instance, if
Where do you go? Yes.
where do you go?
Okay, go to f8. Yes.
If you go to
Mhm.
f8, I start
Attacking everything.
attacking everything.
I mean,
yeah.
like-
This is just collapsing here. Queen f7 is a threat. Queen h7 is a threat. This bishop is extremely strong.
Powerful. Oh, what move is it now? I'm just
It's move
afraid.
17.
Yes, I'm afraid. I'm just wondering if this game will last for how
Might
many moves.
not
yes.
reach even move 20. Yeah,
So
unfortunately.
if like after knight f7, what are the other options? Like if not rook f7, we just check that it's not really pleasant at all to play this position. So what else? Like knight.
So we might want to try and get rid of this pawn, but I don't think we have time for that. So queen g4 attacking
And
here.
defending e6 somehow.
You cannot play g6 because this is checkmate.
Oh. But how to defend against queen g7 also?
Knight f6 also
Bishop
doesn't work,
takes.
just take. Knight g6.
Knight g6, f5, even
F5.
threatening both knights. Yes,
Well,
suddenly.
f5 actually, we might get all of a sudden some counterplay. Right? So all of a sudden, you know, this is double check.
Yes, so king g1.
King g1.
Of course, not king h1.
Yeah,
Checkmate.
checkmate.
So
But
king g1.
even here, but here maybe we are kind of
I think we're
bailing
winning,
out. Yes.
Yes, you tried to do maximum. Knight f3.
I think maybe.
Oh, beauty of chess.
Checkmate.
It felt like
Even
this, that even bishop h2 is not saving you.
even this might not save black, although it looked for a second that black is striking back. And I'm not sure we even need to do that.
No, but
right?
f5 looks nice because you're attacking two knights and asking question where anyone goes.
So you think that it really works?
Maybe, yes. Take, because there was nothing else, yes, except it. Yes, and you just kind of threaten the knight and king g1, like what you do.
Very
If
calm,
knight
yeah?
e3, fg will be played, I mean, it's just
that
like,
would be
it will be so
fantastic, yeah.
beautiful, yes.
But actually, we kind of take a play fg on any
Move,
yeah?
yes. And then the knight cannot move because we have like, maybe knight can move on e5, though.
Knight e5.
Stopping the, okay, but you just
But
take
we
it,
just
yes.
take it, yes.
It was bishop on h2 also. Was it possible to kind of cover something with that? No, knight f4 was hanging, right?
Here, you mean?
I mean, I'm just trying to... But
Yeah.
then we just take on e4, even in the worst case. Knight e5 we threaten, yes? So, yeah, we take bishop e5 first.
Knight e5.
Like stopping some ideas, but maybe it's still not
We just
enough.
take and take,
And take
yes?
on e4.
Take and take here.
Queen cannot take, so that's how it works.
And we are fine here with white, but let's see. But here, black should have something, it feels like.
Yeah, instead of... So maybe still knight g3? What we don't see? Maybe there is knight g3, knight d2?
G3, king takes.
Some other checks, no? Knight f5, I don't know, maybe because there were many checks.
Or maybe knight f5.
Knight f5?
Yeah.
Not really, because king
Bishop
g1.
e5. No? No. Bishop e5 doesn't work. And knight takes. But if we go back,
Yeah, you just go back, yes, and
Just
keep
winning.
all threads.
king. But this is very tricky, all those lines. If black takes, king g1. Maybe there is something here. What about
Queen
this?
h2, I was checking, but I thought it's
and
too
this?
much, right?
Is it what's going on here?
Let's check the material.
Yeah,
Yes.
2 pieces and a zillion pawns. Oh no, 2 pieces and 1 pawn, but for a rook, but that's more than enough. Yeah.
It's still good, yes.
It's more than enough. So
let's calculate all together and try to figure it out. Like if black somehow can survive or not
maybe doesn't.
after
I don't
this.
know. Maybe black doesn't survive. Maybe we have queen g3 here.
Trying to exchange the queens.
Yes, and if you take, then we check here, and we take here and recapture. What is this?
Maybe, yes. So what, white will be obliged to take on g3
No,
then?
so queen g3, we take, and take here.
And suddenly it's like almost...
But it's a game. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 2 pieces for the rook, but not that many pawns, right? It's like actually
So it's
one.
still a game. But
Yeah.
I'm sure that white had a much
Something
better
because okay, it was like
continuation here, yeah.
checkmate ideas, yes, but maybe yes, this is
So
the
we don't
the
have,
only way.
for one, we don't have to play f5 here as
No,
well.
no,
right?
we don't need, but it just was so tempting.
Just tempting,
and-
yeah,
and
it's extremely
forced.
tempting.
And
but
it's the first line. Either it works or not. You have to figure it out. What is the alternative? Yes, instead of f5, if we don't want to allow black any counterplay, like what else?
maybe we can
could be.
first take and play f5 now, not allowing you this check on GC.
So it's
with the
gonna
knight
be
on
just
G3.
one check, yes.
Yeah, we want to take the bishop. We want to take the knight. I wouldn't like to be in Anna's shoes now.
Not so good, yes. Maybe this is the solution. Yes, it's just to kind of kill any kind of counterplay and then play f5, yes. Yes.
Yeah, so we are a piece down now, but we are winning one, and we will have an extra pawn, it looks like. But what's more important is like the strength of this pawn on e6. Wow. Okay, so.
And this is actually this type of position which Olga Badelka likes, of course, to play, but anyone. Yes, like you are just attacking and, in fact, not losing that much even material for this attack. And yeah, I mean, look at these two bishops.
Knight e4 is really a
As I
pure
told you
blunder,
before, I'm thinking maybe I should play this opening myself with white. Yes,
Yeah,
it looks
why
like quite
not?
straightforward. No, but I remember even before that when somebody manages to bring the knight on e5, like it can be annoying. Yes, I mean, like you always want to get rid of it. Like
Yeah.
maybe, but by playing f6, you would weaken your king, and yes, these kind of problems. But
You need to be very, very precise to neutralize the activity. Yeah. We might as well see Anna lose here because definitely it looks like that so far.
so what's happening in Jiner game? Because suddenly she might
She's the
get
one
the
who-
chances. Yes,
Exactly. And it looks. Oh, look at this. So she played. She's not a coward as I am.
And me too.
So
Like she decided to go for the long
She
castle,
decided to go for the long castle.
inviting black, and black didn't ask two times.
You didn't. Yeah, exactly. You don't
played
have to
b5
ask
immediately.
twice. Nice, knight e2 first, preparing to go to d4, and now bishop c5 is something like similar to what we have looked at, but that's actually quite interesting, right? So she's claiming that without the knight on c3, this b5 doesn't really do much, because if you play b4, first of all, you need to check whether I can take or not, or we can just ignore with a move like a4.
But I can play maybe queen a5 even.
But
no?
then you, so we
I
don't
mean,
ignore. We
Not
probably don't
immediately,
ignore.
like of course all this because rook is hanging on f8.
I'm not sure I
yes,
care.
you're ready to.
Yeah.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah.
Ready.
All of a sudden,
Take everything. Yes,
all of a sudden,
give you a
not coward.
checkmate.
Yes.
Yes. Give you a checkmate.
The same person who was afraid to castle long.
Yes. Now that you take she castle, you are fine with it.
But actually, why not?
A4.
Went to, now a4. Yeah, let's play for fun.
Oh, this 3.
Let's have some fun.
If I play c3.
If c3,
C3, yes, I see also some ideas.
then I will
but
start. What I will start trying to get from here. Maybe it's not enough, huh? I'm too
No, but-
because some f5 and you just break through in the center.
yeah, so this is like one of the options here. Maybe you don't.
Okay,
need
you don't
even-
need to
It was
commit
just,
suicide.
yes,
You can
rook
play
f7.
rook f7 just
Keep
as
the same
in the
ideas. I don't know if we have time, to start.
game. And Jiner played h4.
Four. That's a good move. I
Queen
like this move.
c7. But what happens after knight g5 now?
Exactly. Yes. So she will definitely try checking now the.
And I think knight g5, according to this rook
Move.
hand gesture, exactly, knight g5, you are obliged to take, I think, right? Because queen h7 and knight
Everything
f7.
is hanging. Yes. So you have to take. More I
Actually,
look
it
at
looks like a dream scenario for Jiner, right? Today, she is on her way. Maybe it's a bit too early to say, but
Let's check the line, like bishop g5. I mean, more I look at it, I like your idea of giving up this exchange, because this is, again, typical idea to even sacrifice some material in order to be faster than your opponent. It's, again, once again, we have opposite castling, opposite side castling, and it's the different rules apply in this case scenario. So we have to remember that the material might be not that important as the speed and your chances to create an attack. Again, we were just not sure that it's enough also at an attack. You can create an attack. But yeah, g6. Perhaps queen h7 was the threat. And yeah, what?
yeah, I'm pretty sure
to
queen
the next.
h7 was the threat.
Yes.
But
I mean,
what do you do
Yeah.
now? For instance, something like that. that and that. As simple
Exactly.
as that. Or even once we double along the H file, queen takes g6 is already a threat, yes?
This is
Yeah.
beautiful. I was looking for checkmates already, but checking rook g6, but queen g6 is much better, of course.
So
like-
for example, if you play something like that, this will not work now.
rook h1, I'm obliged to play maybe rook g7 or something. like this.
Maybe you can even take. The problem is that here, this is impossible because this is checkmate, right? A beautiful one. But you can play something like rook g7 here.
Rook h7, not working.
Yeah,
yes,
but here I already
you have
run
time.
away.
Yes,
Yes.
rook g7. Yeah, it will be otherwise very beautiful.
Yeah, it could be.
It could be very
Could be
beautiful
very
line,
nice.
but
So this doesn't work, but we don't really need that so immediately.
maybe without giving up anything, we still kind of.
We can even play something like bishop d4 or queen d4. I like even queen d4 more, maybe. Yeah? No, not queen d5. Queen d5 I don't like. Sorry. Like queen d4. And again, once we play rook h1, this will be a threat, but checkmate on h8.
Was it possible? Like, still, I'm trying to see your line with queen d3.
Oh, you
like
still
rook-
want to make it
yes.
work?
So you mean? Yes. So you cannot play rook h1 at all. Yes. So queen c5 was
Queen
possible.
c5,
Yes.
yeah,
So
that's the
queen
problem.
d4. Exactly.
So we need to play, this boring chess that you
Yes,
protect
instead
your
of-
pieces when they are attacked and stuff.
You could maybe even bring this bishop on d4. No.
Yeah, maybe bishop d4, or maybe
But not b3, but not now. Yes. So if bishop d4, because then you have even more pieces looking at towards this direction, and rook g6 would be one
queen
of
g6
those.
is a threat.
Queen g6, yes. Now is the threat because now rook
yes.
g7 you will take, yes, in the
Beautiful.
same line.
Yes. So now, now you don't exactly.
So for example, queen c4, black is
c4,
trying
queen
to.
g6 check. If you go here, we just take with checkmate.
Exactly. Yes.
And if you take, this is checkmate.
Yeah, this is
Right.
checkmate. So queen g6 is
Yeah, beautiful.
unfortunate.
So, well, she will probably think for some time here because she has. Actually, you would even need to consider a move like that for some time.
Yes, I was checking it, by the
Maybe
way.
not for too long, because if the king takes, then we just check. And here, let's say, I think even a move like rook h6.
I have rook f5 maybe.
You have rook f5. So the rook
But
h6
I mean,
is stupid,
d4,
but
no,
maybe,
I mean, you can continue, you can say
maybe
d4.
this.
Don't get scared too quickly.
Yeah, I got scared too quickly.
Yes, maybe.
You're right.
Maybe
Okay,
you
so-
just had g4.
Oh, what's going on here? Sorry.
Rook h6,
Rook h6.
and if
And
rook
here,
f5.
g4. Yeah.
So like what, 97 I have to play, then you,
I just take on e7.
yes.
95. But we just take and take. And actually, I'm thinking now that we can even maybe have a much easier way. What about just this?
Oh, queen
Threat of
h-
mate in one.
No, but not really. Yes, bishop is on c5.
Yeah, bishop
I
is
forget about the
extremely
bishop.
important here. And if you go with the knight to
defend it.
close the bishop, then first of all, we have this. And that's enough.
Nice.
We can
it's
stop
nice,
here,
yes.
yeah?
Queen h6 is nice. Yes.
So,
Wow. We're having two games, very similar situation.
Yeah,
yes?
exactly.
Like
It's-
straightforward attack from.
black is on the receiving end of it.
So I don't know.
But rook h7, we have to, of course, the main line, I think, is this. With the idea to cover on g7. And I'm not sure this is enough for white.
Like, what is next move? Like queen h5 or queen h6?
One of them, yeah. We need to play one of them. I think that if queen h5, then there is an important bishop e8 g6, and then kind of holding.
It feels like we're helping black.
Yeah.
So
And if,
maybe like
we're
queen
going
h6.
here, first of all, bishop e7 is maybe still possible because we're a rook up.
But also rook h7.
Or even rook
yes.
h7, yeah. So it feels a little bit too much. And I'm wondering what Zhu played because
She has played something,
she
yes?
played bishop e3. I don't like this move at all.
Oh. Why?
It feels a little bit too timid to
But
me.
the main idea of this bishop was, yes, to take even some squares from the king.
Yeah.
Like, why would you do this?
Maybe
Something
she
was
was
hanging.
maybe she was afraid of knight e5. So,
So-
maybe she's saying that this was a threat. But even this, so let's say you would take, and we played this.
Threatening
Position
queen
queen
g6.
g6 is again a threat.
Yes.
And positionally, we're fantastically placed here with white. Knight goes to d4. We haven't sacrificed anything.
Also to f4 maybe at certain point.
Or,
you know,
even to f4, right?
Who
Because
knows?
you cannot take really. And queen h3 can come at some point. So I don't think knight e5.
No, I don't like this
is
bishop
by
c. It's like
any
it doesn't
means.
feel well, right? You want to play quickly. You want to kill.
Yeah, the bishop
right
here is
away.
fantastically. And again, it's so easy for us to say, of course. She was probably, and maybe this was something that bothered her. No, this doesn't work, right? Just take.
Because rook has left already. Yes. Maybe you have
Just
this. Yes.
take.
Take. You don't have king
You
f8.
cannot
Once
take
again, it's important.
That's extremely important. And if
Just
you take
checkmate,
this,
yes,
checkmate.
which one?
Yeah, well, maybe we don't have to take. Yes, maybe we can here on check go somewhere here.
I don't know anything.
But yeah, it doesn't.
Knight
Rook
f-
f6.
Rook
Sorry,
f6.
rook
I thought
f6.
about it. Yes.
Take, check. Again, only move. Check.
And checkmate.
Yay!
Nice. So in all these checkmate ideas, this bishop on c5 is so useful. Like it works everywhere.
Yeah. So I don't. Wow. And the bar also disapproved of this move greatly. So maybe.
It remains still, of course, unpleasant for black. It's nobody said it's over, but definitely this bishop b3 was placed better on c5.
And no, but now all of a sudden, you know, it's a new game.
What the b4 you think?
Yeah.
Yes, we have to be fast as well. Yes.
Yeah, because we don't want to allow white to double and start.
And have comfortable life. Yes. So.
That's a good way to.
No.
put it,
We
yeah.
want to make it a little bit more fun for us too. So maybe perhaps Jiner thought that she keeps all the threats as before, but just don't have issues with this bishop. But yes, rook is still on h1,
it's a
and
bit
we need
soft,
2-3 tempos. Can black arrange anything now? Like which candidates moves we have?
Well,
b4?
there are many before.
Before.
Knight a5, knight a5,
I think
queen
also
c4.
yes,
Perhaps,
I agree with you. I think that maybe black needs to just change these queens and say that where is your attack after?
That's
do we have time for
that's
that?
very valid.
Yes, so like rook h6 for example, and then I play queen c4 just
Rook
to have a
h6,
look.
queen c4.
Maybe there is something here.
Well, we don't have to. We cannot run away, right? Because you're ready to trick me.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
But if I, for instance, so I cannot take on g6, you will have rook g7, right? In the end. Yeah, it looks okay for black.
Looks interesting. Yes, queen c4 is possible, but maybe there was something else like rook h6. Can I ask you something like rook
Maybe
h6?
bishop d4 here.
With the idea queen.
With the idea to take.
So you wait for the knight to move in order to play bishop d4. This is smart.
Yeah.
This
And
is
if you
actually
go-
quite
and
smart.
If you go there.
Wow. Okay, this one is like really interesting. Like
If
you have
that's
an extra
what she
piece.
wants,
Yes.
there. Actually, you know, here we can even maybe go here. with the same, keeping the same threads.
Just cutting this king from.
Look at this beautiful bishop. Yeah, but okay. So once we establish that we probably don't want to go with the knight to a5, but and maybe now still push before. Yeah.
Yes, before. No, you have to be quick.
Another problem with this move on with this bishop e3, it prevents my queen from going to the other side, and I really want it to go there.
So what to do if you play a4 here? Like we discussed it before, but the position is a little bit different. Bishop came to e3, so a4.
We need to act fast.
Once again.
I think b3 anyway.
No matter
That's
what.
important because now if you play c3, then my queen is very well placed to start attacking the a4.
But even knight before.
Or
after
even knight
c3,
before might be, yeah.
Yes, maybe
yeah.
knight before knight e2. I don't know.
Exactly.
Some kind of
So
sacrifices.
there's
But we have to check
many
at
jumps
least.
here, yeah. And if not, and if not beat c3, then so for instance you cannot take with the pawn, of course, because of check. We can show it, yeah, maybe.
Knight before.
Discover check, and attacking the queen, and the only way not to lose the queen immediately is to play queen c3, protecting,
Knight
but then
A2
knight a2,
is
and
like
we finally
unfortunate.
got you, yeah. So after b4,
I mean, you don't want to take as well.
yeah, you have
right?
to.
So a4 is like
and
maybe
then
must
so
do.
after b3,
Queen b3.
you have to take on with the queen. But now I have opened a file. My rook is in the game again. All of a sudden.
Actually, we have lack of moves here, right? Like if I want to go back to d3 to the active position, then suddenly knight b4 is
Then,
coming.
yeah, it's very
like you need to
problematic,
spend
yeah.
even more time, and bishop a4 will be played. So where I should go on a3,
a3 or maybe c3. Yes, you have.
c3.
But that's not
Knight
what you
b4. Ah, no, queen c7. Now it's not possible.
dreamt
But
of. Maybe queen b7.
maybe queen b7, yes, and
Preparing.
knight b4, bishop b4. In
It's
certain
a game.
positions.
It's all of a sudden, you know, from going from watching your
One
opponent crush you, then you all of a sudden have let's say a normal Sicilian game.
I wonder if Divya realized how dangerous her position was. It's better not to, you know. It's better to believe that
No, but I
there was
think
this 95, there was this and that, you know, and that was fine.
as somebody who has played Sicilian for all my life, you know you're in trouble here.
Always, yes, like
you know well that you're in very deep trouble here.
yeah, so rook h7, like all these checkmate ideas.
But then when your opponent plays bishop e3, all of a sudden you say, okay, so we have a new game. Well,
Yeah,
so
now it's black to play. Definitely black can definitely needs to start doing something to get initiative. I like before b3. I think this is what we are going to see. And for example, just to give an example, like if you play b4, a4, and if you would like not to sacrifice the pawn and play something like a rook b8, it will be a mistake, yes, because white most probably will play b3, closing all your play, and again having some hopes on the king side. So this is very important, not to allow. Why we actually played so many times this move b3, because we don't care about pawns anymore. Not only because it's Divya's pawns, but also because it's just very logical to get rid of the pawns, open the files, create your attack, and try at least to have enough counterplay in this game, and of course some hopes as well to give a checkmate for the white's king. So it's all about the kings and king's safety. For the moment, it seems like black's king is in danger. This king is more open, but you could see some lines where black also gets enough.
Absolutely, yeah.
Where we go? Shall we go to Anna's game just to have a look? Like because this game is like one of the most important.
These two are very crucial.
Yes.
And,
So I think
and Anna, what did she play? So
after
she played knight
f7.
f5. That's a move we haven't looked at even.
Oh, we checked it in one of the lines, but it was a different story. Yes, so knight f5, bringing one more piece for defense, opening the queen. Also, maybe not allowing some direct threats. So, like queen g4, for example, you threaten the knight, but you at least don't threaten to give me a checkmate right away.
Yeah, not immediately, but you know, I think that she is preparing to
take-
give up the exchange and to play this position. point being, I got a bit lucky because I missed bishop c4, but
Bishop
we
d5,
have bishop
yes.
d5, yeah.
But all these pieces in the center.
But
yes.
look what Olga played. I love what she played. I think she played bishop c4, cementing, preventing even the
Preventing.
very thought of white, of black sacrificing this exchange on f7. And also eyeing some ideas that saying, okay, I'm adding another thing for you to worry about, e7 with some discovered checks, which you will not love.
Do we have time to, I don't know, no, it's really hard even to get rid of this bishop, right? It's
It's one of the more hopeless positions I've seen lately.
yeah. Like, shall I play like queen e7, block this pawn? I know
Yeah,
that
let's
queen
see.
is not the best.
Queen
but
e7.
just I tried to bring some pieces for defense. Yeah, just simply play
Where
like
do you go? So for instance, g6, queen h5, yes? Queen f5. And mate.
wow, just to show you like one of the examples, yes, how bad it can go. Oh, this is really unfortunate. And yes, what
Yeah,
is the other
and
move?
what to do? Because
Yes.
we want to take, the knight cannot go because of checkmate. It's horrible, really horrible.
So if not queen e7, which like I don't like
Queen
as well.
e7 does look natural, but
What else?
doesn't
Like,
really work. Let's try not to lose in one move. How do we do that?
yes. For the moment, I don't know.
So basically, in such positions, if you are black, and it happens when you get there, right? So
Yes.
you try to. That's what you try to do, not to lose. So
To lose immediately.
not to lose by force. Yeah,
Yes,
that's
right.
what you're trying to do, right? Not to give your opponent any. Not always possible, but if you are managing to kind of, you can keep being lost, but as long as you don't give your opponent something, some forced win, you might.
You keep defending at least. But of course, it's better not to get to these positions.
It's much better.
Just
It's
better
much better.
don't do this to yourself, you know, like try to avoid it. Okay, but was really unfortunate for Anna. It seemed like just one miss, like one move, d takes c6 in one of the lines, and you get into
game
this
over.
trouble. Yes, yes. It's like, especially when such a strong opponent like Olga has finally found her way and initiative, like she's absolutely sure of what's going on right now. This is advantage of being young, you know, like even you have not so good event, like your mood can change. You have enough of strengths, you know, your nervous system is not broken yet, and you can actually come back and in a way get this necessary energy to play well again, yes?
And what better motivation you can have than beat the leader, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Because sometimes I know that this kind of feeling that yes, if the tournament didn't go well, but if you win against the leader, which is actually very often the case, that the outsider beats the leader of the tournament, so some kind of, at least it helps you to
Psychological relief,
yeah,
yes.
it's some kind of a relief, yes, when you have such a bad. At least I beat the strongest.
Yeah.
So that's why.
And by inference, I beat everybody else because she's the leader, right? So
Exactly, and it shows also how strong this tournament is. That actually, it's not like the number one can easily lose to number 10 because
Absolutely.
actually all of them are very strong. So sometimes it's just about how your shape is and how
this
did it go.
specific tournament and in this specific, yeah, exactly.
We also remember how Olga lost against Harika, you know, blundering basically on move 8. Everything is possible. Maybe now she gets back some of her.
Kaisa is
yes.
returning her, yeah.
Yeah, we have this kind of saying that Kaisa gives you back. It takes from you, but sometimes it gives you back as well.
Definitely. So, but let's, quoting Vishy, it's too painful to watch here for black. Let's maybe jump to, we haven't visited Harika's game against Mariya Muzychuk for a while. Oh, and we have an end game already. Let's see how it happened. So we left the game quite some time ago. Yeah, so we left the game here after h4, knight c6, queen f3, trying to create some pressure on the king side. And take. We exchanged and massive exchanges. Yes.
Massive cleaning of the board.
So to make sure. Yeah. Oh, and I like this c5 move.
Getting rid of these double pawns and also taking some control in the center.
Temporary is a pawn sacrifice, but you cannot really defend it because it's so cut off from the rest of the army. Harika is trying to keep the pawn, but the problem is that if you play b4, you might actually
interesting.
run into some interesting ideas.
You don't need maybe h3, but...
But if you don't play it...
Yes, you don't need it because you will take it with c-pawn.
Perhaps, yeah?
Yes. You will take it with c-pawn in any case. I mean, you have this tempo to do it.
Yeah, you have the tempo to do that,
like
but what do you do?
But I don't know what to do, like bishop b2.
I want to play d4, maybe?
I thought that you want to take and play c3 or d4 after.
Maybe that,
maybe
that, yeah. It's actually interesting.
Yeah, it's not so simple.
And if I want to prevent you from playing d4, then I have to play something like that, but then knight e4 is extremely strong, yes?
And you want how to defend this pawn on c3.
So it's very, very tricky.
Yes, so that's why she took on c4, because after before it seemed like black had quite good, interesting counterplay.
And here, rook takes. Again, black is still a pawn down, but if, for instance, you take, then everything is under attack. And white is very underdeveloped, right?
Exactly, yes. No, I think black will do quite well here at this moment. So
definitely.
She decided not to.
So it's time, it's time to give up the pawn and the extra pawn, it should be said, and finish complete the development. Now the idea is this check doesn't really bring you too much, right? Because then rook b1 will exchange.
Yes, you'll try to exchange at least one pair of active rooks.
f5 is threatening the bishop and also creating an escape for the king. And now forcing the bishop exchange.
And rook ending with 4 rooks. Should be like very drawish, I think, yes. Nobody made really any mistake so far.
So
very
like
solid play.
This. I'm not sure. Black can try to play for an advantage, but even this, I don't see it happen. That's actually, it might be unpleasant for white if we're not.
Why? Rook d1,
because
what's
rook
wrong?
d1, I'm not playing rook b2 because then you have check and check, but I play this.
I have rook d2, yes, in the worst case.
Rook d2, rook a3.
Rook c2.
Rook c2, yeah. So you're still holding, and now you
to
claim that
king,
you want to bring, and who is better, right?
Yeah, because my king is more active here.
Yeah,
yes,
you're right.
Yes, should be careful, yes.
You're absolutely
right. You were trying to be active, but it's not working here, yes.
Now I have to fight for equality, with black. Yeah, so it's about as drawish as it can be, I think.
Yeah. So this game, at least we have one calm game, and back to also Nana's game. Remember, there was not.
Let's see Nana's game. Yeah.
It was also quite interesting. We have actually 3 crazy games today. So after b6.
So after b6 and Stavroula took on g7 as we expected, knight d6 as we expected.
And knight c4. So actually you predicted all moves.
And the rook a6.
Even rook a6.
You predicted the rest of the moves.
Because I didn't see any other defense. Like rook a6 is also logical.
So we did calculate it.
That's why we didn't come back here. Everything we've said appeared on the board. Yes. So bishop d3 also.
We guess some moves and d5.
Also to get rid of this knight on c4.
Now I'm wondering, was knight e5 a move? Why?
Why it's the biggest question today. Maybe she could take on with the queen, threatening queen e3.
So you take here.
So you have this
I
bishop
take
a6.
here.
Mm-hmm.
Then you
Knight.
do you
No.
take back or do you knight g4?
No, you take
I
it. Yes,
cover,
it's not
yes.
possible. Yes. So what else? So we gave up our exchange for the moment. Yes. So if we take.
I'm not
So for
ca-
example, yes, I take with the bishop.
You take with the bishop.
Yes.
I have to take. Otherwise, what do I do here?
Queen takes, threatening bishop a3.
And
And
so,
maybe it's enough.
and you have it feels like you have too many. You have one pawn for an exchange, and
But
you're winning
d4
another one.
But d4 is also quite.
And
a
d4 is
threat.
quite unpleasant.
Maybe not immediately, but
It looks like white is collapsing here.
yeah. And these bishops are.
Especially if you say that the rook is only 4.5 pawns.
Exactly.
you
It's
have
how
a-
optimistic you are. It depends on the side. Yes, if I play with white, who get the rook, I say it's 5.
It's
yes.
5, yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay, so this is why not knight e5.
Yeah. And before we go, so what's going on here? in
Knight
this
d2.
position? How did she play? Yes, she
Bishop
took.
takes b2 and short castle. Very interesting. So the point here is that I think black was going for sacrificing this exchange. But if our king is stuck in the center, we are not happy at all, right? d4 is threatening bishop c3. So for instance, we play something like that, bishop c3. d4 is coming, f4 will be weak once the bishop needs to go.
It's not often that both players are kind of proposing to have an exchange.
Yeah.
Yes, so it's a very
Yeah.
interesting exchange. Take my rook.
No,
I
no,
will
you take mine.
yours.
Yes.
No, 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 no.
No,
Thank
no,
you so
take
much.
mine. It's,
You
it's
can-
like two friends
Yes,
like
yes, yes.
trying to pay for each other. Yeah,
Exactly. No, no, no. It's okay. You can take mine, but nobody wants to
Very
do
nice.
it. Yes. Because let's explain that if bishop takes on a1, for example, then queen. I mean, after castling. Yes.
After castle, yeah. So
Castle, yes.
here, if black accepts, then queen takes.
And look at this
attacking
queen.
here.
This queen becomes a monster.
Absolutely, yeah. And what do?
Like-
We have to go somehow.
Maybe yes, or then bishop h7, or even sometimes yes.
Yeah, there is bishop h7. There is even take back,
Yes.
take the exchange back. There are some ideas of f5 trying to explode the whole position to open
Yeah,
up.
this king can be in danger at certain point. Yes. So like normally you don't take this a1.
Yeah, it feels a bit
Scary.
scary to take. Maybe we would want to just go back, or what do we want to do?
Yeah, this is very. This was my idea. Rook a7, and let's say bring the rook on the seventh.
On the seventh rank somehow.
Rank, and to
yeah.
have some ideas to protect if necessary, or move it later to c7, d7, whatever is needed.
But
Yeah.
it's like 3 result game.
Yeah, this is
obviously
nice
here,
game. Yes,
so
it's also like
black
everything
has
can
an
happen.
extra pawn, but white has, but the king is stuck in the center, and white has so many options here.
And before we go for a break, let's have a look to the leaders of the tournament now very quickly. Maybe we should check, or we will do it after. Yes, I think the team is ready for a break. So see you on the other side. We will definitely go first to Anna's game.
In a land bathed in light, 2 unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
And we are back to the 7th round of the Women's Grand Prix tournament, and we run very quickly to the game between Anna Muzychuk and Olga Badelka because we are afraid it can finish at any moment.
Yeah.
So what was the development?
The development was so Olga decided, Anna decided to play knight f5.
Yes, and queen g4 I think was played.
Yeah, bishop f4. We saw queen g4 attacking with both the knight.
Some ideas with knight
And the
h6.
idea knight h6 is also very. So, for instance, if we don't have much actually much to do. Anna played knight ed6, and after rook d1. So the idea, the very annoying threat, is to just take.
To take, yes.
And once we take, just to take the knight with the queen.
Yeah.
And this is game over, and the
by the
knight
way, knight
cannot
h6,
recapture.
knight h6 was not possible anymore because queen was protected
Exactly.
g7.
Yeah. So I wanted. When I started, I wanted to show this, but it doesn't work because the queen all of a sudden protects it.
Is
So
defending, yes. So that's why you just take the knight. Yes,
Just take the
no
knight.
checkmates. You just take the knight.
keep
Yes. So
the same with an extra material. So
rook d1 was played,
If-
and
if we take here, for instance, and just pawn takes on f7, and we just grab the knight.
exactly. So like rook f7, just queen f5 again.
Rook f7, yeah, queen f5. We have 2 extra pawns, and we need an exchange soon. This is
Absolutely winning for white, and I mean rook d7 is also coming. Like it's like very bad position.
Really painful to watch. So I don't even see a move for black here.
Yes.
Maybe black can try to protect the bishop with this idea that if white is not careful. Oh, but this is even winning. So this is even impossible
Because
there's
e7.
e7 check,
Rook f7.
rook f7,
Queen
and queen
G7.
g7 mate. Yeah. So how can we even try to keep
Keep going.
going with black? Maybe like that. Maybe this would still hold.
Yeah, preventing all these ideas with d7.
Because, yeah, we now have everything under control. Oh, almost everything under control. But let's think for a second. Do we need to, after bishop e4? Maybe just knight takes d6. That's the simplest. The problem is that we cannot take here because of checkmate. And if bishop takes, then e7
e7 check. You move and
rook f7. What do we do now?
at
How do
least
we
there
win?
is no queen a5 and this kind of ideas. But let's calculate the pieces. Yes.
Anna took on f7 with the rook. She decided to go in another way.
Immediately Olga plays.
Okay, immediately takes back.
Yeah, I think bishop before was at least like would create certain amount of problems. Yes.
But I have a feeling that we're missing something very simple there.
And king f8.
King f8 was played.
Yeah, because knight f7, we just take the knight, right?
Just
So,
take the knight
so
on
king
f5.
f8.
Yes, this just wins like that. King f8, and now we need to find. I'm sure there is
Rook
much
d6.
more than one way.
I mean,
Rook
if I rook
d6.
d6.
Yeah, the rook d6.
Because if you take with the knight,
knight
queen
to
g7.
bishop g7.
Oh yes, you can.
And
It's a
if
nice
you-
choice, yes.
And if you take, and we take,
Let's count the material. We have
3 pawns.
3 pawns. I mean, even if nothing happens, it's just on queen h7 is the threat. So you want to.
Yeah, black can go into maybe an endgame.
Do you want to go? to this endgame? Is it like a relief?
No, it's end game, end of the game. Yeah,
Yes, this is exactly.
that's exactly
Now
it.
this endgame has another meaning. Yes, it's an end.
So, yeah, this is
Hopeless.
completely hopeless for black, and I like the way that Olga is taking her time, not
She's not in a hurry,
rushing.
right?
Yeah, not rushing, because why? She has time, and she doesn't want to spoil such a great position.
Instead of rook d6, maybe there is also something like bishop e5. I don't know, something. Can you torture your opponent? I'm not sure. Maybe it's
I'm
not good.
pretty sure you can.
But what is my threat now? Maybe it's the same, rook d6, and maybe it's not really. It doesn't make such a big difference because you don't want this bishop, maybe even. Or maybe. Queen c6.
Yeah, but so
Bishop
much.
d5. I mean,
Exactly,
okay,
yeah,
but you go
it's
back,
such
yes.
a horrible position.
Yeah, it's not good. But I think maybe we should just, of course, calculate rook d6 and tries to find out if there is even better, if there is any better move. Like what else?
Yeah, you really don't want to spoil the position here.
Yeah, she
What
knows
else?
that she's winning. She knows that it's much better for her. It's just about not getting crazy. Right?
Yeah,
Only
yeah, it's just not exactly as you said. Unless you get totally mad here, you win this. And it can happen always. I mean,
Yes.
you can blunder things. So let's try to find how we don't win with white here.
I don't know, bishop b6 also.
Yeah, bishop e6 also is a bit annoying.
I don't think maybe it makes any difference, but yes.
Maybe we go here, some positional sacrifice.
But then I have maybe rook d6 and bishop f5, no? And then I've threatened two things, queen
You can even
g7.
take here.
Yeah, but bishop f5 I like more because I want to take on g7 and I want to take the bishop and I want to take the rook. I'm threatening everything, yes. Like
Yeah, that's...
it's not good, yes. So maybe even bishop b6 is possible.
I have a feeling that Anna will resign after any white's move here.
Yeah, but still, it seems like, okay, it will take a bit of time. Maybe we can jump to the game of...
Harika against Mariya.
yeah, we see
We
them on the
see
board.
them.
Maybe
Oh,
there is repetition, yes. So
There
they're
is a
claiming...
threefold repetition, and yes,
And we just
it's
saw the
actually
handshake.
what we predicted that will happen.
Yes, so this was like a
And
rook
they're
ending which
signing
finished.
the score sheets, and so they both were on
+1.
+1, and they stay on +1
Together
with
Aleksandra
Aleksandra Goryachkina.
Nothing
So,
changed, but
the status quo there is intact. But let's go to our runner-up, to Jiner, and it
Against
looks
Divya.
like she managed to, at least according to the bar, she managed to. So before a4, as we
Was
said,
played.
b3
was
was played. So
played.
we do understand something in Sicilian.
let's hope so. But
But knight
What
a5, I'm not sure. So knight a5, I'm not sure, unless, of course, we are missing something.
maybe she had this kind of choice to start with rook b8 or start with knight a5 and
And that's exactly the reason why I don't like so much
Pawn b6.
knight a5, because it allows white having the extra pawn to exchange those. But I missed. Okay, I didn't see bishop a4. Sorry, bishop a4.
it's
an
important because you
move.
protect your queen at the same time you get this pawn back. But knight
But
c3.
knight c3 is very tricky. Where do you go now? Because you cannot take. You will have
Both pieces.
hanging. And after knight c4, White took and played bishop d4. Again, the bishop is under attack. But what's more important is the difference between those
these
bishops.
bishops. Maybe she underestimated.
It looks like she a bit
Maybe she
underestimated.
underestimated because, like, you can see that it's like equal material, and let's say black still has some hopes maybe to create some play on the queen side. But with this bishop on d4, what kind of play you have?
Yeah,
Do you
not-
have any?
And let's see if there is something concrete even. So we can try to double along the H file. But I'm not
But we're-
sure what do we want to do
Like we
there,
don't.
right?
You mean we don't threaten rook g6 that much?
Yeah,
yes?
something like that, but we don't
Okay, we
exactly.
threaten it a little bit because we can get the rook back.
Well, if the rook is
Yes, so the idea
what
is
you are
like-
saying
yeah.
basically is that if we go here
And black is doing something,
and we take, we want to check,
and then we get the rook.
we get the rook, but
on
it's
h7 after h7 because this
after
rook is
h7.
protected.
This rook
yes.
is protected, but this one is hanging. Is exactly, and this is that's the tactical justification of it. But black can probably
I mean, black is not obliged to wait
to
until
blunder. Yes.
yes until I will come and do it.
So, for instance, here black can but what can black do on the other end? So, for instance, if black places both rooks so they are protected.
You know what? I'm afraid maybe there are some ideas with g4 also and f5. yes.
Exactly. So g4 and f5 might be interesting.
As well.
But g4, you know, actually something I wanted to say even before we went to for a break last time. I wanted to suggest that black plays e5 and sacrifice this pawn, but to close the dark squares and to open the light squares. But it made sense with the queens. Without the queens, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
But here maybe also black has the idea to bring the knight all the way to f5. But okay, then I play g4. Yes, so it's not, or f7 also. Yes, it will be still a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just trying to figure it out. Yes, like where these pieces belong to.
But you know what? What do you do here? If I play
Yes,
this?
b3. That's why I'm asking. Like first, I thought that maybe I'm helping black to bring the knight on f5, but then I realized that it's actually g4.
First of all, g4
yes.
and also,
avoiding
how
also.
about this?
Yes, also this. Yes.
I think this is there is a very clear, very concrete way, in that
And knight goes to f6.
we can.
Yeah, if
exploit it.
if we have this knight against the bishop on c6, it's gonna be great.
Yeah, and
yes.
actually, I think it's even worse than that because
Yeah.
we take h7 immediately. So,
Yeah.
so b3 is probably winning
b3.
immediately. If you go here, you just lose a piece.
And where else to go? Knight is a3.
And knight a3
Maybe the
probably
only move.
also not so good. How do we exploit you here? Can we?
I mean, I think we could just do what we were doing, like rook h6 or rook wherever, rook h1. I mean, rook h6 and rook h1, threatening the same thing.
Yeah.
Maybe like knight b5. We are obliged to take it. Yes.
On b5, we'll have to take.
Take. Like I just want to stay with these bishops.
Yeah.
I mean, is
you
it
play
kind of
this?
winning? Yes, I play here.
I'm not
Rook c8 or what?
entirely sure.
You
So we have this even.
You have to. Yes, rook. Oh,
Huh?
bishop d3 was tricky. So I have to defend against it. No, bishop d3 is nice move. Yeah,
You're protecting and attacking, and all of a sudden
Nice,
maybe we're
yes.
fine here. with
no,
black.
missed completely. I must admit. So.
It's easy to miss, yeah?
But actually, do I have bishop? Yes, I don't even have anything because rook c2 is coming. Yes, I was trying to see if because my idea. Look, I mean, I have an idea still, like with bishop b5.
Yeah. Right now,
Yes, take my c2 pawn.
I will.
Go king d1.
Oh my God! No, you're straight. Wow.
No, but okay, you have a move. You have rook a7. You're lucky today to
Rook
protect.
A7. And I'm
And-
still
and
in.
then,
You still don't have rook G6.
Because
yeah?
bishop is. But for the moment, you were a bit scared, huh?
Yeah,
I
I-
managed to.
You managed to scare me. Real
I mean,
good.
still, if we continue like rook h3 and
Yeah,
okay,
we'll
maybe it's
go
too much.
there. It's too much.
Rook h3 and g4, even though.
Oh, come on.
Yes, I continue my line. But
Which rook?
from first rank.
Rook 1 h3.
But you
I
have
go
bishop before.
here. You go here.
You
Now
have
you
bishop
really
before.
scared me, but
But it's okay. Yes.
but I'm managing.
Yes, yes, yes. Maybe it's too much, but okay. I was just trying.
Okay.
See how difficult it is. Yes. By the end of round 7, everyone is getting tired. Not only the players.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's like it's easy. to
So
get
do we
tired.
do we throw this b3 in or we don't? Or what do
Maybe
do?
we can play it at any moment.
I think Zhu did. No, she didn't. Did she?
Rook
Rook
E1.
e1. Interesting.
We didn't look at this direction
I
at
didn't
all,
look
right?
at all.
So just she kind of says that this is a weakness, or what?
It's hard to not agree with
Yes.
her.
So there is no move king f7, of course. Like you cannot defend. h7 is hanging. So how do you?
Immediately, Divya plays rook e8.
Yes, so because maybe there was nothing else, you know. Actually, if you play with the other rook, let's show this. If you play rook e7, then probably you have f5, no? Even.
Wow.
Yes, and if you take g6,
Wow.
I really, I don't know. Maybe it's bad, but I just mean that it's,
it's
like an
beautiful, huh?
idea. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe you can just take it, no?
Even take it like
Yes,
that?
you can take it. It looks beautiful, but maybe it's not really working. Yes.
Shameless.
Yes. I was trying to make it work, but the rook is protected on a8, unfortunately. I have only
Well,
checked,
but
perpetual check.
That's
yes, I
very
have.
nice. That's a very nice idea as well.
Idea,
Yeah. So
yes.
we have, and now she plays b3.
Now she
though.
plays
Okay.
b3. So what is the difference? Let's try to figure it out.
So first of all, this is the same,
Mm-hmm.
right? Absolutely the same. No, it's not the same. We don't have 94 anymore. But Divya still plays knight a3.
So bishop d6 maybe was a little bit.
She's still okay. Knight a3 anyway. And how do we proceed from here?
Like how important it was also to have this, include these moves. Maybe she will win the pawn, like simply playing like rook e5 or I don't know, rook e3 and rook e1. How will you protect it? Because
She played bishop
king-
e5.
bishop e5. Like from this moment, somehow we are not getting any move. Yes,
Yeah.
It looks like-
we lost the rhythm.
the rhythm. Yes, something is wrong. Yes, because I thought that maybe she just will.
But okay, so we go somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Let's. I want to understand what's next. Maybe we just keep. Maybe now.
You can the knight.
You know what we can do? Maybe we can play this,
King b5 and just move
and
the
now
knight.
knight a4 goes to c5.
That's why I thought that she moved the bishop, because she, after knight b5, she wanted to have an option to just move the knight. Maybe that's why.
So this
She
is
she
probably a
removes?
way, yeah. You see how we play along those dark squares?
It's like she's trying to prove that this knight on b5 and bishop on c6 are not good pieces compared to this bishop on e5 and knight on c5. Once we have these pieces placed so well, like...
Hard to argue with her, yeah?
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, and another, you know what else we can try? Maybe knight e2 even. Rook b7, yeah, rook b7 is on the board, so finally we got one move.
But it was from
Maybe
Divya.
even, maybe even knight
Yeah.
e2. And you know, and the idea is maybe It feels a bit stupid to play c4,
In-
but maybe.
So if I take
If you take, I take.
back
You
to
go
a3,
back. Knight d4. And start asking myself, why did I do that to myself? Right?
Yes, yes,
Pretty
yes.
much like that. Yeah, it's
It's
just
maybe too much. Yes.
check,
Check and rook bishop
check,
g2.
and yeah,
Uh-huh.
that's how you
Lose.
you'll even lose. Yeah. Well, not to win, definitely.
Yes. No, I think I liked your idea was knight a4, knight c5. For me, like if you put the position like king b2, yes, you said here, king b2.
King b2, knight c4.
Ah, knight c4, yes.
King
So
b2,
first
c4.
knight a4.
Oh, she played knight d1.
Okay, finally we got it,
yes, finally. It's so
Yes.
same as Anna did in her
in her
Mariya.
games, yes, yes,
in
yes.
Mariya did, yes.
So the idea is to bring the knight all the way to f6.
Beautiful.
And once this knight comes there, she probably asks herself, yes, what would be the best places for her pieces? And once you have a goal to bring the knight on f6, then we can actually understand why she did everything what she has done before.
Something you should have expected from your commentators to see, but
But we didn't get it so quickly. Yes.
yeah. Well, we did it. We get it at least after she showed
She
us.
played, yes, yes, yes. So king d1, and the intention is very, very clear. Like, just if you place from here this knight, from d1 to f6, if you just
once
do it like
gets
that,
there, it's game over.
just look at this beauty.
And the bad news for black, she cannot stop it.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean,
in no way to stop it.
so this is
Beautiful.
so
yeah.
white didn't gain any material, nothing clearly happened, but position, it looks like can be like very hopeless.
Yeah, it's absolutely hopeless. I mean, you probably need to try to do something
d4.
to disrupt wherever you can. The idea being that if we take, then at least you take something, attack, and then try to maybe install somehow the bishop to f5.
Yes, that's a point. Like if we manage to get maybe bishop to f3 or f5, then the knight will not get to g4.
And Divya
right?
did play, Divya did play d4.
Yes, nothing else. Because on the long term, if you don't do anything, then you just cannot. I just wonder. Yes, you know why she actually made all these moves? Perhaps because otherwise rook would be on c7 and there would be some threats. Yes, knight c2. I mean, just I was trying to understand why she needed bishop b5,
yeah.
rook e1.
Now let's go back and try to understand.
Well, very smart. Actually, just if we
This is very clever.
bring
So rook e1 frees
to free
the square for the bishop,
and
for
to
the knight.
do it with the tempo, you know. So
also-
she's asking now for rook to go to e8 because e6 was hanging. So she did it
Exactly.
with the tempo, and she emptied very important square for the knight. And then
And
now can you play
b3.
immediately?
You probably you can, but then e5. And then e5 is an
Yes,
idea,
so this is
right?
what I'm
So,
trying to
yeah.
say, that
So
she made all
pushed
this move not
b3
for the
first.
reason.
Exactly. And now if you go knight d1 here, there is bishop a4. Very beautiful. If you take checkmate,
Wow. I felt that there will be something on c2. That's why.
and if you go protect, then bishop b3, and it's counterplay, right?
Exactly.
But look, okay, so, but now white, you saw the bar drop considerably. After d4, she goes straight for g4 and f6. But the computer doesn't like it too much, and I think the reason being that we can
Yes, bishop f3,
prevent, yeah?
yes. Bishop f3. Could I just give up this rook? I'm just for fun. Let's give another exchange.
That's your idea of fun?
Exactly. So after bishop g2, could I play like knight g4?
Knight g4 take.
Check first.
Check first.
And where you go?
Going here.
Here.
You
So I
take.
take.
Oh, but I have so many moves.
Now, yes, so this rook on b7 is placed very well, yes? You don't even... Okay, I have some bishop d6. No?
Ah, yeah.
Yes.
I had many moves, but they are.
But not this one.
But they ended very fast. Okay, so
So
this
maybe it's
doesn't
too
work.
much, yes, but... So I have this bishop d6
Ah,
idea,
this is
yes?
nice. This is nice. So you go knight g4, take, you go check. Maybe I can play this.
Maybe even king h8. So now rook h7, rook h1, sorry.
Rook h1, h5.
But I can even take with the pawn, no?
I think you should.
Yeah. I mean, I had also knight is e8 for the record. But yeah, I mean, I think I would like to try to take
Yeah, but is it so clear?
h7. I have to promote the knight,
Check.
yes?
You will have to promote tonight, yes.
I mean, just look at this rook b3. So
You will have
Alik
to.
wants to give me a checkmate, and in order to stay in the game, maybe I need to promote the knight, like in this famous game between Nakamura and Savchenko. I mean,
Your commentators are drunk, guys.
what to do? No, it should be winning
Why? How?
for black. No,
No, because this is checkmate.
ah, really?
Yes.
I found the checkmate.
You found a
What,
checkmate.
king c7?
There is
no,
no
it's
king c7.
bishop. Sorry, I forgot that. The
Look
bishop.
at this. This is beautiful.
That's why I understood that you are a little bit confused. Yes.
I will.
But how does it
if
work?
this works,
That's
it's one of the more
unbelievable.
beautiful lines we've seen because king g7, it's
Also a check.
checkmate.
Nice.
Wow.
We went very deeply into the game.
Yeah,
and found
but it was worth it. Yeah.
yes.
And what else? And if king here.
I thought about the bishop d6 also we have, but
Bishop
yes, no,
d6,
yes.
king
Rook
g7.
h7. We take the.
Beautiful.
This is
Wow.
very beautiful. Are you sure it works? I'm not sure. Like this, yes.
Unbelievable.
White finds all these
Unbelievable.
moves.
But look at this, and
Yes.
Anna.
And as we predicted, Anna
Let's go to.
resigns in this
Wow.
game. Yes, while we were so excited about the other game, we knew already that it's really hard for Anna to do
so
anything.
play king f8. It's
After that, it's just
she gave
hopeless.
two
Yes.
checks, and it's just and she loses a queen here. Yeah.
And queen b3.
Yeah, very tough game for Anna. She basically lost in one move by
Exactly.
playing 94 and blundering this whole idea, but very beautiful execution by Olga.
Exactly, yes. I'm sure Olga now is in a great mood because it's her first victory in the tournament, and for Anna it's a first loss, and which means that now she keeps 4.5 points out of 7 now, not out of 6. And Jiner has really good chances right now, as we could see after analyzing all these positions. Like, she has good chance to actually overstep Anna and get to the first place, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
Not even
that's-
catch up with her, but even get her position.
And that would be of an enormous value for her, of course, because for the Grand Prix points. Shall we jump for a second to?
No, I just let's.
You want
let's
to finish
check.
it?
Yes. I want to check it. Yes. No. Sorry. We'll go back quickly to check that bishop g2 was played, and let's bet. Do you
So.
think she will play knight g4 or not?
Yeah, actually she might, because if not, then bishop f3, and what do you have? You don't
Yes.
have
Let's
so
show
much,
it
right?
like rook h2 and bishop f3.
Actually, rook h2, you need to consider this as well.
Oh.
Rook c8.
Same idea. Yes.
Same,
So,
now
but-
that we are so smart, we know that there is this idea exists.
Yes. And now it's different
this-
because, like, good luck defending against rook b1.
Yeah.
Yes, here it's not the case like it was before. No counterplay. Yes, it's, I think, game lost for white.
Yeah, all of a sudden.
Yeah. So we don't need to take though the bishop. Of course, we had to defend, but how?
So
Here, like after rook c8,
sorry.
maybe
Yeah,
we
rook
had.
c8. What do we do?
I mean, the only move probably it's like rook e2.
But then bishop f3 with the tempo. Even.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
And
so-
then rook b3.
exactly.
Yeah, it's
so-
very bad, very bad. Oh, I think
Yeah.
maybe she's obliged already to play move knight g4. What else to do? No, but good move d4 by Divya. She just felt that if she doesn't do anything, she will lose the game. So she needed, yeah, I think
And
knight
knight g4 on the board. Okay,
Did
so
she,
we have.
did she calculate
We are
everything?
going. But you know, maybe.
Maybe there is even something better.
Maybe. Rook c8 right away doesn't work. Okay, so we have to take.
Why it doesn't work?
Because why did I think it doesn't work?
Maybe it's.
So rook c8, check.
So I cannot go to the 7th rank.
Yeah,
I
you
go
have to
king
go here, but
yes,
then I have
bishop
check.
d6, and you take on
I
a3.
forced you to go here and then checkmate.
You see, I just wanted to take the knight. While you found just a checkmate, yes.
Okay, so rook c8 does not work here. We have to take first. Then you take, and actually this is a threat, right? So white is actually threatening to checkmate.
And
Is it so?
it looks like that. So maybe I have to give up this rook of 8, maybe. Or rook of yes, something
right.
like this.
Okay, yeah. So we give up the rook.
But knight h6.
Not like that. This is checkmate. All right.
So the idea is good, but the way how we present it is not, yes. So rook of 8 is a mistake.
Oh, maybe h5.
Maybe h5 here.
Here. So you cannot both check
Unfortunately,
and
could
take.
I make 2 moves at the same time?
You could check on f6 immediately, maybe, but maybe you don't have to.
Maybe not.
And now we are getting to this beautiful line. But here it's important. Look.
Maybe I first have to
You
play
have h7.
Yes. And then knight f6, yes. Because I
This
will take it
is-
with check.
Game over.
No matter what you do, I will take it with check and just defend rook h2 or whatever,
This is
right?
game over, yes.
Yes, so it's not good.
So h5 doesn't work, it seems.
It seems like h5 is still, I mean, rook h7. Knight f6, no.
But
cannot
maybe
be.
now we can play that. But it feels losing.
very bad, but-
It looks lost, yeah?
But maybe not immediately. So now you want, if I play bishop of knight f6, you'll take it, yes?
Yeah. I want to take it. Maybe you can just take on knight f6.
But maybe
the
it's
bar,
the best.
look at the computer. The computer says we are
Only a little bit
almost
better.
even.
Wow.
How?
Tell us how, yes. No, but maybe because of, can I ask you something? Maybe also like take on h1, take, and then maybe rook f7 here.
But rook f7, knight h6, as
Knight
you said.
h6, yes.
You
And then
take,
bishop d6. No,
take.
even bishop
Even
d6.
bishop d6,
Yeah.
maybe, yeah. No, but bishop d6, rook out here.
Take the knight.
Just take the knight.
Yes, I don't need to even take the rook
Yeah,
immediately.
that's
a piece
game
up.
over.
So many lines today. I mean, girls, they really want us to work, huh? Today.
Yeah.
It's like, today we really
But
need
we
to,
love it,
to
yeah?
calculate the lines, but it's a lot of fun. Yes, we have a lot
So
of fun.
how do we defend here? The threat is knight f6, bishop d6, and checkmate.
I mean, by the way, just for the records, like we could also play knight f6 before we take on h1, just in case.
Okay.
But I don't know if
maybe
we
knight
need
b5. How
knight
about
b5.
that? Taking this square under control.
This is smart. This is smart because bishop
And
d6 is.
here I'm ready to sacrifice on h7. Not that anybody is asking me.
Nice.
And then, okay, so
So
we
what
will
about
be
this position? Yes. So let's. I
pawn-
think that it's the best what I can do here. I can take on h7 with the knight.
Yeah, and
You
then
have to,
I
yes.
have to take. Do I really have to?
If you go where? King here.
Yeah, probably.
back.
Yeah, probably I have to. Yeah,
Because rook h7 is coming.
it's
Yes.
very hard to difficult.
But okay, at least it's not like a crazy threat. You could actually give up this rook, like play rook g8 here.
Yeah, but then you give.
Ah,
both
yes,
of
it's
them.
same checks. Yes, some checks. Yes, yes. Yes.
Check. And
No, you had to take.
boom.
No, you have to take on f6. And then what about descending? So probably this is what computer sees
Probably, yeah.
and kind of thinks that maybe it's of course worse, but how much? So rook f7, we discussed.
So do we check first or not? We need
Not
to
sure, because maybe
establish.
you'll have h5 there, no?
So first of all, we take, and then black has to play here, right? And check. We go here. And then check.
Rook h7,
Rook h7,
take.
take. And maybe we can... Yeah, it's not the most pleasant of all positions, but maybe it's holdable. Maybe not like that.
4 against 3, yes.
Not like that. But look at this. Jiner, she played... Oh, knight f6, yes, she started
So
with
she
knight
started
f6.
with knight f6, yes, so we mentioned it.
It's actually very clever, because, you know why? Because we don't have king f8 here, because of check.
Yes.
It's very clever. So we have to go king f7,
Then rook h...
but then rook h1, what do you do?
I think it's the line we were checking a little
No,
bit, no?
how?
h5 line, no? Is it the
h5.
same line with...
The same crazy
this
one?
crazy line, yes. So if you take rook c8,
Take rook c8, wow.
and
If
h7,
this works,
rook c2, king d1, this is, I mean, we can look at this line forever. Like,
yeah.
this line is so beautiful.
Check.
Yeah, king d1 and
Yes.
rook b3.
Right. If this ends like that,
Yeah. What we'll do.
let's check ourselves. Oh, but wait, we have
This
this.
is different. Is
We
it
have this.
different?
No, it's not different. But here, if we go there, we saw that there is a checkmate. But we have king f7 maybe. Now the king wants to run.
It's a little bit different. I don't know what exactly has changed, but
We didn't.
but we have a perpetual, no?
Perpetual, yeah, but okay. If yes,
What about beauty?
perpetual is good for us. But no, again, look at this.
King g7. Again, the same idea.
Again, even without a pawn.
Checkmate.
Oh my
Wow. Bishop d6 and rook h7.
It's if it works, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
But you know what? If it worked, it wouldn't be +1. It would be +9.
Yes. Either computer is a little bit weak and doesn't see it, or there is something
if
else.
the
Maybe,
question
okay,
is-
black is not obliged to play rook b3, of course, the last move.
So, and Divya is thinking here, and she is correct to do that. It's very easy to go wrong here. By the way, there is also... no, there's no king king h8 nor king g7. It's losing on the spot, right? So we have
98, yeah.
either exactly. So for on any of those moves, we just take with the check, and it's game over.
And then take the bishop, and
Yeah.
that's it.
So we have to
So it's like king f8
Sorry.
is the only move, yes?
king
Or
f8. No,
king
king f8,
f7.
bishop d6.
Yes, you
is,
said this. Yes,
is
king
game over.
f7.
Maybe it's not game over though. So this check, king f7. You take now, and maybe we can play this.
So
But
the
then
knight is-
just we take and
take the
take the
knight.
knight, right? Or maybe not.
No,
But
don't
anyway.
believe it, don't believe it.
Oh, and now it jumped to wow. So king f8 was the only move.
King f8, it seems like was the only move to try something, yes?
Maybe was it because of this line? Is it even possible? If it's like that, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to
But
find.
now we're
like-
expecting h5, right?
What
You kn-
else?
You know what the problem here with all those beautiful lines?
Like-
First of all, because it's checkmate, and
Like
the
rook
computer
h2?
can calculate, but maybe even rook h2.
But
right?
then I still play rook b3. And they threaten rook
yes.
b1, rook c2.
Right, yeah. Wow, so this might be the only way to win.
Yes, maybe.
Unbelievable.
What
Oh.
else you have here? So rook h2 didn't work.
Yeah, h5. h5 is the only move. King, if we go rook h8, does it work for us? Just take, yeah? Attacking? Ah, maybe like that. h5, I think h5, wow.
Oh,
Are we going to see that?
yes, this is really good question.
h5 is on the board. Oh, wow.
I wonder if Jiner calculated all these moves. Yes, she takes.
GH6.
We go to this line.
I think we'll see the slide. It will be unbelievable.
No,
if,
but this
if,
is
if it works
beautiful.
out.
I mean, of course, it's a pity for Divya, who might, of course, lose this game. But on the other hand, like, it's kind of a masterpiece. Like,
Yeah,
where
you know,
Black
as a
has
player, you don't
counterplay.
mind losing like that. I mean,
think so?
You mind losing, but if
But-
if to lose, I mean, that's
Because let's say Black also has his counterplay, right? Like her counterplay, she can play rook c8, create also checkmate threats, but somehow by promoting the knight, you survive. And
Wow.
actually, not only, but you
and
it's
from
study-like position.
far
like-
ahead, it's not that easy, right? To
No,
see.
not at all.
So
Let's show it again.
it's,
Maybe
yes,
so we don't miss anything. Rook c2.
rook c2, king d1, rook b3.
So we cannot afford
Threatening
promoting
mate in one,
queen because
right?
we'll just lose. Yes, so knight is the
So
only
this
option.
is game over.
Yeah.
Thank you. So look at that, the beauty of it. Knight is promoted. If we try to run to this side, it's still checkmate because
Beautiful. Yes, all pieces
all the pieces
control. all-
contribute. Yeah, unbelievable.
It just works like perfectly, like which is unbelievable. Like you ask yourself, like how is it possible that pieces are at the right squares? Like why this bishop is on a5? Yes, like, no, everything is.
It's almost like a study, right? I mean,
It
it's a-
is. Like good luck, you know.
So this doesn't work. Oh, but we have to check again. So here we check that what happens if the king goes back. Because it seems that we almost escaped.
But you found already.
But there is a check. I almost forgot. Now,
Yeah.
if we go here, then it's check and mate. Right?
Exactly.
So we have to go to f8, but then there is check from d6. Again, those are taken, so the only square is to go here.
Rook
There is
h7.
rook h7.
No,
and
it's very
checkmate.
beautiful.
Wow.
Very beautiful checkmate. And I mean, if the players will show it today on the board,
It
it's
would
going to be
be-
the most beautiful game of the tournament,
Of the
perhaps. Yes.
perhaps of the whole Grand Prix, right?
Yeah, they
So,
had some crazy games as well before, but yeah, this one is like really like study-like game. I don't know. I think it should be. I like this kind of prizes, like the most beautiful game, the most beautiful move. Yes, from also our followers perhaps also can share their feelings right now in the chat. We will read it definitely. And like, what a crazy game, huh?
Unbelievable. So, but of course, if you're black and you see that, do you go for it?
I mean, it's your last chance. Maybe maybe you don't see all these checkmates. You know, sometimes you don't want to believe it. And like you will need probably to check it because what else? If she has anything else,
Wait.
maybe
we
rook
have
h8.
king f8.
Take.
Hoping for this, but we're not getting that because there is bishop d6 check. And that's
Yes.
what we saw in the first.
Easy to miss this bishop d6 and rook h7 and rook f7. This is really
really
very
beautiful,
easy.
and I think we can be now pretty sure finally that it does work for white.
What time they have actually now? So it's like 7 minutes
Oh,
for
Jiner
Divya.
has 7 minutes and 30 minutes for
For-
Gershon. So
For Jiner is actually like,
she has plenty of time.
yes, she has enough time to calculate everything, but you can see that even while her opponent is thinking, she is also thinking and trying to figure out all these lines. And I mean, it's also like, it's easy for us, Alik, that we moved everything and we found all these 5 different checkmates. Imagine that you have to play the game and yes, you feel there is something, but it's not about feelings. I think at the moment you played knight g4, you kind of had to be sure what are you doing.
Absolutely.
And of course here, when you took this pawn on h6, you have to be sure. Because we tried with you to defend against rook c8. I mean, what else you can do? Maybe you can see that the other option would be that she could see that there is a perpetual check. So no matter what, it's a perpetual check. But I don't think you don't want to spoil such a good position, and you are not satisfied with just a perpetual check. Yeah. So Divya is.
And for Divya, I don't think she has any other option actually, because well, maybe she can try to play bishop rook h8.
Something what we discussed is rook h8. Even knight d4.
Knight e4, yeah, I agree.
And then two rooks are hanging actually, like knight d6 is.
But wait.
Wait, what you'll do?
But then here.
Knight d6, yes.
Triple fork.
Yeah, but if you would have played with the other rook to, like rook h8, knight d4, and rook b8, for example, because I want to get rid of this bishop, perhaps.
Yeah, but you know what the problem is? That you will.
Maybe this is my only hope. Like even h7, yes.
h7, yeah. How do you proceed?
But I will move the.
No, you move this rook somewhere, yeah. Not,
No,
but
the
not
other
here.
one. Yes. Rook c8, yes.
Here maybe.
Rook e8. Yeah, visually it doesn't look good. I mean, for sure, not at all. But I just mean that we can kind of agree with you that I don't know even
if I
you
have
need
to
it.
lose, I would go for the other one to lose
Yes.
to suffer here. But it probably gives you more practical choices because also for white, although the line is really like a fairy tale, but. It kind of plays itself, right?
It's
for both sides.
forced lines, and like normally on this level, players are able to calculate it until the end. Yes, like all these variations.
If we were able to do that, then for
Yeah, but
sure.
we can move the pieces. You know, it's a difference. Yes, no, they are able to do it, and perhaps she has done it already a long time before. I just wonder when, because this such a long plan, you know, with 91. I'm really impressed.
It's extremely impressive.
Yeah, so this is a great example of how you have like long-term plan and how you actually make it work. Yes, so you put the rook on e1, empty the square on d1. Yes, you also had to see this d4 move because like everything works perfectly after knight g4. Wow, I mean, it's a very impressive play by Jiner, I must admit. Like, you could see even if you go back and check our today's broadcast, you will see that we couldn't understand with Alik what the point. Like, we were checking some other lines and we were happy with other lines, but suddenly she came up with a really incredible journey of the night.
And see the knight, I mean, the knight at the end of this journey. On f6, such a beautiful piece. So what do you think? Rook c8 or rook h8? What will happen here?
I think she will probably also calculate until the end. She's such a good also tactical player, and it's like puzzle-like situation. So probably, and also she feels that if her opponent goes to this variation, it's like
she knows, she sees it. Yeah.
Yes, but
and even if not, she will find it once there.
Yeah, but and even from her. Like expression and the pose, it feels like she's not really happy with what's happening.
Absolutely
Yeah.
not. And not a very pleasant situation to be in.
Yeah. So how to be so skillful, you know, and calculate all these lines so well? I mean, Alik, what it takes? Yes.
A lot of practice.
Like how many puzzles in your life you have to solve in order to be able to find all these lines? Yes. I mean, it's thousands and thousands and thousands.
It's just practice.
Yes.
You cannot do that only by theory, or you have to solve
You have to
them
solve,
as you said,
solve and
thousands
solve.
of them.
And to hope that one day you will need all the skills. Yes. So it's interesting that behind any kind of decision here, it's a lot, many hours of work. Right?
Exactly. So, for instance, what you suggested, right, when we went here, this under promotion, right? Unless you have seen it many times before, you cannot even think about, okay, can I promote to a knight, for instance,
Yes,
right?
yes, yes.
And then you see that the king runs away, and then you might even stop because you don't believe in it.
I knew it. I knew it because of this fantastic game I mentioned between Nakamura and Savchenko. Yes, you have to watch it. It's classical episode. You know, it was played in World Rapid and Blitz Championship in Dubai.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah, I
you
remember
were
it. Yeah, when
famous grandmaster and commentator Komarov was,
Komarov, yeah,
was
Hikaru Nakamura,
yeah, and
yes.
he was like knight.
Right,
It was
and
just-
he promoted to the
Yes,
knight, exactly.
so he was
yes,
screaming.
yes.
So I think this is classic. And if
You
you've
have to
never
see it,
seen it,
yeah.
you have
You
to
have
do
to see
it
it.
because your mood will jump immediately up.
And
That's
she
why.
played, what did she play?
I see how
Rook c8. We will see this line.
it's nice. Yeah. So she decided to.
Wow, that's
her
that's really
chance.
exciting.
No. That maybe she just kind of choose it by understanding that all the rest doesn't give her.
H7 on, wow.
H7, yes.
Oh my God.
I mean, this is like theater, guys. We are watching the theater.
Just take, you're in the first row of one of the probably
Most beautiful games, yes. Like this is beauty of chess. Like if we are looking for this answer, you found it. Here it is in front of you. And if they go for this line, it's like. But imagine
history in the making.
Imagine what Jiner is feeling right now.
Yeah.
Imagine your opponent still goes for
Rook
this line.
c2. Look at this. Yeah, Rook c2, and it will be it's forced. And look,
Yes.
and Jiner has found it already, of course.
But I mean, can you imagine your opponent still goes for this line? For a second, you can hesitate and think that maybe I missed something. Why she goes there,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
So like
but-
for a second, okay, she.
Oh,
no.
she resigned.
She resigned. Come on.
Oh, it
We
was so
didn't
beautiful.
See, we didn't
Why
see.
did
H8 knight. Okay, let's show it instead. I mean,
so?
it should be
Divya
forbidden to
resigned
finish the game like
because here again there would be H8 check with the knight,
And
King
checkmate.
E7,
that. This is the
knight
main line.
takes here, mate number 1.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, it would be so beautiful had they played it out.
And okay, these players they have such a high level
But
that
it just shows you, yeah,
that
they calculated it all.
everything. But yes, the beauty is behind the scene.
And the beauty is here. Sorry, not taking on. She should have. I think she should have tried to.
Yes. At least to check. Yes,
To
if your
check her
opponent.
opponent, at least this. This is of course very beautiful. If it ended like that.
Yeah, but I think Jiner will give an interview right now, and Michael Rochal will check together with her all these beautiful lines as well. And you should definitely check her interview. I'm just kind of curious to see what emotions she has,
Yeah.
after playing such a beautiful game. It's a pity, yes, that something is left, not because of the result. I mean, it's like it should be said that, of course, we feel sorry also and sympathy to Divya, but just the game itself is so beautiful that sometimes you want to see
For
it.
the beauty of chess.
Yes,
yeah.
yes, it's just on the board, yes.
Anyway, a great win by Jiner, and she takes the lead. She takes the sole lead
Yes,
after
exactly.
this win, well deserved, and she goes up to +3.
Exactly, and actually this is a moment when beauty of chess, art of chess and sport comes together, right? You win such a beautiful game and also you take the lead in the tournament by this victory. So it's like art and sport, for sure.
Fantastic game. I don't know about you, but
Yeah,
we
we
are
enjoyed it.
thrilled, really thrilled. You
Share
can feel
your
it here,
emotions, please. I mean, like, I always like this kind of situations. Let's
A
jump.
lot has happened in Nana's game.
Another exciting encounter, of course, of today's
So-
round.
We kind of neglected it unjustly, this game. So here, white castled, rook a3, one of the moves that we were considering. Another one was rook a7. And bishop f2. The bishop goes to the other. And look at this.
Nobody wants this rook, yes.
this rook. Eventually, Nana blinked and saying, okay, if you want me to take your exchange so much, I will.
Maybe now I have time, yes. So
Oh, and
bishop
now
is-
I like this. So exchanging one pair of bishops, and although we still have issues with our dark squares, But we also have an exchange to make up for our misery, right? and an extra
Exactly,
pawn,
yes.
an exchange
Yes.
on the pawn. So it's a lot of material that black has extra.
Yes, and actually I was thinking what she will do after queen f6, and she just showed it like queen e8, it's
Exactly,
defending
covering
everything.
everything.
Yes.
F5
Not
again.
over still, of course.
Not over at all.
F5.
Don't be misled by the bar, I think.
Yes.
So white has a strong initiative.
King is in the center and can be attacked. The question is if it's enough or not.
Well,
Like-
I think we have the answer. It's not enough. But,
Yes, but-
in
but
a practical
yes.
game,
It's still not so clear because there are some threats here. I mean, some
we have
pawns.
so many fantastic games. Yeah.
Yeah, today, yes, it's a great day to follow chess. And
Lucky
today is
us.
actually Saturday, so I hope we have viewers who decided to spend this evening with us and just to check everything what's going on in the tournament, taking advantage of the free day.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out what is the threat. Maybe even knight f7.
Knight f7 is a
Seven.
threat.
Or-
And, for instance, if you want to exchange the queens, then I have maybe knight
Knight
takes
h7,
h7, right? With the idea that the knight comes
Second
to replace.
knight on f6 in this round.
Yes, the
We definitely want to have this knight on f6.
round of the knights.
Yeah, I wouldn't be so sure that it's so simple for
Not
black.
at all.
Yes.
Not at all.
So how do you play? It's easy to misplay this position. Like,
I think it's easier to misplay than not to misplay it.
more I look at it,
How do we even play here?
exactly like white has direct threats, and black
Maybe
needs
knight
to.
d8, but
I mean, you don't want to play yes
No, I
something like
don't.
that, but
definitely I don't. And
So-
even for instance, so let's say we take. You cannot take with the knight and knight takes f7.
But look at this. Nana,
Nana
just
just
says,
grabs
let
on
me take a
F5."
pawn
Yeah.
and please prove that you have something here. This is what she
Wow.
says. I mean, this is
That's
unbelievable.
extremely wow.
Yes, so she says like, okay, you brought all the pieces, like, do you really have anything here? No, you need to be a really self-confident person to do something like that. Yes, you need this
Unbelievable.
extra self-confidence, and I'm glad that she found it. Because normally after such games like yesterday, you start
Yeah,
not really trusting your decisions and so on. Again, it doesn't mean that there is nothing for white, but it just means that to play rook a2 when everybody is next to your king.
That's very, very cold-blooded.
Yes. So what she wants just to take the second pawn and say that I will promote my b pawn while you are trying to pretend that you have any attack.
Maybe. What a crazy round! Come
Yes,
on.
yes.
But for this we love chess.
Yeah, because now rook g2 is a
Rook
threat.
g2 is
By
a
the way,
threat.
rook h2 and rook g2 checkmate.
But what if we go back?
Yes, so you need to stop it, and now you threaten to
Now-
take with the pawn. right?
Yes, and you cannot take back because well, you probably don't want to. But so this is another idea.
You know, even sometimes I can give up this rook and just sacrifice it and take rook g5. Even
Rook
maybe not here, but like in some situations when it's really necessary.
Well, we might getting closer.
Yes,
but
to this, yes.
we might be getting closer. But okay, let's think. Maybe we can just play
Like this.
e7.
Oh. Like actually where the queen goes, yes, that's a question. What is the square for the queen? So after knight f7, you wait for knight f7
Yeah, so
and then you
so
play.
white is not is unable to take on h7. And now, for instance, if we take
Take
here,
with
then
queen.
queen takes.
And like it's nothing really.
And all of a sudden, yeah, here I can understand why it's not so good for white.
But just look at the clock. Just pay attention to the time.
What's the time? Is Nana? Oh, 4.5 minutes to Stavroula and 8 minutes for Nana.
Yes, so this time can finish very quickly. How many moves they've made?
25.
25. So
It's a lot.
it's a
lot of
real-time trouble now.
I have a feeling the game will end before we reach time control.
Yeah. And it's like, it's not so simple at all, yes, to play this one. By the way, this is the last game of the round, like if you didn't notice.
Yeah.
I mean, we were checking all the games today, so we have 2 results, 2 decisive games and 2 draws so far. And this game also, like, is a crazy one, and nothing is still over. Because White has her chances here clearly because of time situation and because of some threats, which...
Yeah,
She
the
has,
king
yes.
is so exposed. I mean, really anything can happen here, I think. Do we play queen 7?
I mean, I like this move. Like, if I exchange the queens, it's over,
Yeah.
right? It's like your threats will be not real, and like...
But you know...
could I play queen h6 here?
yeah.
Yes,
let's
queen
let's
h6.
check queen h6.
The idea is if you take...
If I take?
Yes, then I have this check, but you take with the queen.
Yeah.
And I take on h7, so what is this?
Stavroula played queen h6 right away.
Queen h6, yes?
But you know what I wanted to suggest? So here maybe we are okay, yeah? With black already?
Yes, it seems like that. Even I have... No, it's not working.
I wanted to suggest this one.
Take.
Take, attacking the queen.
Come on, we could take queen right away, no?
Ah, yeah, sorry. Okay,
I just noticed
so
that,
this
yes,
is-
no, it's not possible.
So this is a much simpler way to do
Yes,
it.
to
So
win.
95,
Check,
check.
by the way, yes.
If you go here, maybe you can go here, check.
Yes, it's possible. Go back, no, you have knight b6, yes?
Yeah, but you can take.
Yes, you can take, maybe.
Here you just go.
Go and you're ready to give this queen e7. You don't have checks,
Yeah,
yes?
I
If
don't
you
have
had
a
queen
check
e5,
because anyway, so Stavroula played queen h6 with the same idea. So she frees the way for the rook, and she wants to take, right?
and play rook f7, perhaps, yes.
Followed by rook f7, exactly.
Yes. And so what's going on here? Yes, how you defend. No, it can be really unpleasant, huh? Now more than I look at it.
Yeah. So this, whatever the computer says, is -4. It doesn't feel like that at all.
No. And also, like, psychologically, for Nana, it's hard a little bit, I would say.
I mean, even if you feel that you are winning, but you need to prove it concretely, right?
Like, it's still not over for your opponent.
And look at
She-
this. There is knight h7, f6 is a threat.
Yes.
fe6 is a threat.
Can I just give up material and try to think that it's
Like
it's a
this.
draw? Well, it's a very calm move. Too calm, to be true. And on knight h7, you take on c2, yes?
Yes. Knight h7, I go.
And you are like, okay, play knight f6,
Counterplay.
and you'll get a checkmate.
Yes. From the other. If we didn't
Yes.
manage to checkmate in Zhu's game,
Maybe it's
we'll do it here
this
at
one
least.
is possible, yes. Wow.
So maybe king c8. It makes a lot of sense,
It's
right? Because
artificial castling, eh?
because we want to prevent all kinds of checks along the 7th. And, well, in general, why not?
So my nervous system is not so good, and I was thinking about moves like just rook g5, to get rid at least of this knight.
Yeah, but
what will
then
happen?
okay, but
Yes.
if you get rid of the you kind of gave away most
Most
of
of my advantage. Yes, but I
advantage,
thought
yes.
that after rook c2. So, for example, this is how you
For
lose. And rook
instance,
c2,
I check.
yes, okay, I have to take with
hoping for
with
you
queen.
to take and then.
Yes, no, with queen I take.
But even this, so is it that clear?
No, it's not at all, I would say. Not at
So
all.
this is so many threats, and look at this, and Nana.
No,
I
king
think she follows your advice.
Oh,
She
really?
took on g5, yeah.
This is what I feel. I mean, I felt that it's like, it's difficult, But king c8, I think, was the move. I don't know, maybe we can check later.
We'll check later,
Yeah, but
yes.
like, it's like you want to get rid of all these pieces around you. These threats, knight f7, knight h7, they circulate, and you want to simplify the position, which is, again, maybe it's not the best choice, but
maybe practically,
practically
it is. Yeah? And the computer approved by the computer. It
approved by
seems.
the computer. So computers think it's enough, let's say, maybe because of this B pawn. He thinks it's enough.
Both of them.
Yes. Yeah, so King C8, I mean, how do
Come
you,
on, what
how
are you
do you
doing?
play it in the practical game? No, you want to get rid.
Maybe King C8 was even losing. I don't know.
Yeah,
we should check it later on.
Yes.
Is
So first she takes with what? With
Oh, she first took on E6 with the pawn, I think.
Are you sure it's a good idea?
No, but
I mean, I would still keep maybe some tension.
and now what? How
Queen
does-
E6, probably. What do you want to do? Yeah, because
Queen
like
E6
Queen E6,
probably,
yes.
but then maybe she wants to what? She wants to take.
Take, yes, and I mean, there is no
such
threat. Look
beautiful
at this
games
knight.
today. Yeah,
Defender.
the knight is very very great in doing this cover up.
No, I would take a pawn, but then maybe rook d1.
You take the pawn.
Yes,
The
maybe.
materialistic approach.
Yes. No, I think we should. And if rook d1, d4 maybe.
So
But look at this fantastic line. d4, maybe there is rook d4.
where?
Like
Here.
rook d1.
Rook d1.
Rook d1 threatening to take on
d4.
d5, and maybe there is something like rook d4.
Check.
Maybe it's too much, but I'm laughing.
Check.
Yeah, it's too much.
No,
No
more
mate.
checks. Yeah.
No mate.
Yeah.
I mean, there is one, but yeah, not enough.
It's like a British would say, yeah, no mate.
Oh.
You have
No
nothing.
I tried my
No
best,
mate,
but no.
mate.
Mhm. So d4 even possible. It means rook d1, d4, queen takes.
Nana is, it's not, yeah, Nana is thinking, right?
I
She
mean-
will probably take with the
Okay,
king,
don't take with the king, definitely.
but not with the king.
So
And
what,
f takes?
what is happening if you take with the pawn? The idea is that queen h7 is not good, queen e7. Yes,
Are you sure?
forcing. No. I thought we were forcing
yes.
exchange.
Check and check.
But it
Look at
wasn't
this.
that obvious, huh? We had to find it.
And now it's not over.
Take.
Take, but now it's over.
Yes, it's piece up,
Peace out.
clear.
Okay.
At least not the other way around.
So, but Nana is tanking and she has 3 minutes left.
This is what I was trying to tell you. Even 8 minutes doesn't mean anything. Like at one point, you will start thinking you will burn all your time, and you will need to play with 30 seconds increment. Yes, but wow.
Both players are so so concentrated, of course, so many lines to calculate. And they, unlike your commentators, they cannot take back, right, if they blunder.
No. Yes, I just, if we calculate how many moves I took back already, I mean, I'm a blunder machine, you know, I just keep blundering until...
Well,
good that I
that's-
have you, Alik, to fix all this stuff. If
To
I don't
blunder
see
even
something,
to
yes.
blunder even more, you say, right?
Yes,
So-
yes. No, but I don't know. It's like sometimes the truth comes to you after you, as we discovered with you, we go through all the worst moves in the position, and then suddenly we understand that this is the best
The
one.
enlightenment
Yes.
counts.
No,
What
but-
about this?
Can I play rook e2?
Oh, she took with the pawn, actually.
She took with the pawn, so perhaps.
So she's
you
going
were
maybe
right.
for this queen
This
h7.
variation, yes.
But maybe then it's just... And look, and the computer evaluation drops considerably.
Yeah, so queen e6 somehow felt right. Even though, yes, so look at the pawn silence.
There is really
yes.
no right and wrong here, I think.
You're right. I agree. Yeah, because I mean, so many pawn islands everywhere.
I think Dana wants to play queen g6 here.
And make sure that it's...
But, yeah, and we don't have queen f8. And Stavroula took with the queen. So we are not guessing any move here, which
Yes.
is our
Rook
back to
f7,
our
knight
normal
e7.
self.
Knight e7. Yes.
Queen g5, and the evaluation drops again.
for white.
Queen
now.
g6.
Yes, queen g6.
This is good. Now
This
it-
is very
it
smart.
Feels
Also
very
rook c2,
consolidated.
queen
Yeah?
c2.
And you don't have a check even. So interesting. So what? Why did the evaluation drop so much here? Maybe because of that, after all. But what do we do here?
I think it just understood.
Ah, maybe we just take. Why not just take? We have this idea, and we start pushing.
As well, at least some chances, maybe
Some
still.
chances. Yeah.
But okay, let's go back and see. Maybe we're missing something. If she would have taken with what? With the bishop, yes? Or
No, queen
first check.
h7, first check. And now you see, my move king c8 would be very, very
Good
useful.
prophylactics,
Yeah.
yes.
But now if we go there, then all of a sudden, I mean, it's a lot of counterplay, right?
And also, queen from h7 supports c2 pawn,
Exactly.
by the way. Yeah, it could be still very unpleasant. Yeah, I don't know. I think, yes, she had to try her last chance.
But it's
perhaps.
very difficult. 2 minutes on the clock after your head spins with so many calculations.
And now
But
she
it just
played, yes.
It shows you that it's never over until it's over, right? So
Yes,
even
exactly. No, I think it was better practical chance to take on h7. Now, can I play rook c2?
I think
Or
you can and you will
bishop
and you
g3
should.
maybe? Still, let's be careful.
Now king c8 is not such a good move.
No.
But maybe
Checkmate,
this one,
yes.
yeah?
Yeah, c5, I think maybe it's basically the best move in the position.
And
Because-
again, no checks.
Queen f8.
Queen f8. Oh, queen f8.
F8.
Is not so pleasant.
Rook f7 is the threat.
Rook f7 is a threat. And knight.
Knight d8 to defend against. Okay.
Or maybe knight e7 is better.
And let's say use the fact that bishop e5 is not possible.
Exactly,
Yes, g2 is still
exactly.
hanging.
We have our ideas.
Yes, good. We found something, but so yes, she took on
She took on
c2.
c2.
But I feel that bishop g3 as well.
Bishop g3. It looks. I think that's what Stavroula did play.
Like what else you can do? You bring the bishop to this diagonal at least
Yeah,
to
bishop
get
g3.
some chances. Yes.
What a round!
Yes, even the last game.
e5 by Nana. Yeah, so we are guessing some moves.
Yes, we do. But I mean, I think there was no other move because queen d6, rook f8 was
Yeah,
the threat.
yeah.
Like what else you can do?
Maybe queen f3. That's another idea to attack from here. And and some so hoping that, for instance, if you play queen e6, then I have
I meant
this,
queen d3.
queen d3, and going from here all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's easy to misplay it.
It's
Like
very easy
one
to
move,
understand, but Stavroula played queen f8, which is also a move, of course, but it now it does look like a knight e7, right? It's very strong.
something what we discussed, yes. And if rook f7, we have rook c1.
And knight e7 is played by Nana, so we
Yes.
are we are
In a better shape now, suddenly. Yes, so rook f7 will be rook c1, and here black needs to, white needs to do something about her own king,
yeah.
right? So king f2, queen c2,
And yeah, now it's my
This
turn.
king-
It's my turn to check.
to
Yeah,
checkmate, yes, and
yeah. You don't survive that.
no. And
What to do?
yeah, so rook f7 is not possible. What about a bishop
Maybe
h4 is not possible?
Try to come from the other side,
Yes, so what do you...
hoping for I don't know.
Yes.
Trying, or maybe rook a1. How about rook a1?
At least
It's a
to
move.
have some...
Yeah. Well, you know that you're lost, so you
Yes.
have to muddy the waters a little bit.
Even I started to check some ideas with rook g2, but I'm not sure about it. No. It's too crazy, yes. I was thinking if we can win this rook on a1, but not so simple. But okay, what is your threat? Like you want to play?
Rook A7
Can I
check.
play rook c7 myself? But then okay, like you play rook a8.
Then
yes.
bishop e5.
Ah,
no.
no, bishop a5 first.
Why not?
Once you moved your rook, actually at the moment maybe you will. So there are some ideas here.
And she played rook a1.
Yes, I mean this is the best practical
Yeah, I
chance.
think so. Yeah.
This is the best one.
And again, it's very important. We're not playing against computers, right? So, and a human can go wrong here very easily.
Very easily. I mean, I'm trying to understand like if some moves like queen e8 are fine, but you do want to play it, or
You know which move is probably
I thought about
interesting?
queen g5, yes, but
Protecting this knight and
check what king g6.
check. I wanted
Rook
to.
c7,
I wanted
yes.
to go here. Yeah, as you suggested, and the queen here is very nicely placed, I think. And we are having some threats of our own.
But how calm you should be to find all this. Yes?
Yeah,
So
no,
queen-
that's
good luck with 1 minute 40 seconds now.
Yep.
You know.
We have the benefit of just being able, without any pressure, to look at the position and try various. And I'm not sure even. I mean, we can make a mistake. I'm not sure this is a good move. But Nana cannot. She does not have this luxury of going wrong.
Of making a mistake. Yes. So queen g5 also with the idea rook c1. You know, to
Yeah.
change as many pieces as possible. You know.
And I
Yeah.
think she did play some. She
Oh,
played
yes, you
queen
played
g5.
queen g5. Okay.
All right.
That's a good move. Yes.
All
No.
right.
Once you made it, it was clear that it's the best one. Like keep an eye on everything. On knight on e7, on the first rank.
Okay. How do we play? Maybe queen f1
First
now?
play queen g5.
Oh, sorry.
Queen g5.
Maybe
and
queen f1 now. Yeah.
protecting.
To prevent rook c1 and keep.
I mean, Stavroula just
Trying.
needs the game keep going.
Exactly,
And
exactly.
make sure that no pieces are changed anymore, which will give her at least some chances, to survive in this game, or maybe even play because this game is like still with this evaluation, it's still for kind of 3 results because
Exactly.
you can miss something in the time trouble.
I mean, of course, the biggest chance is that black wins, but.
Yeah, queen f1, yes. Keep
but then I think this is very bad news.
still like okay, queen g1.
Oh, look at this!
Queen
We're
f1.
guessing all the moves.
I think they're only moves, yes, because rook c1 was the threat, yes. I guess it was just the only move in this position.
And look, Nana is about to play. I think queen e3 is.
Yes, queen
to be
e3 and
played,
queen
yeah.
e2 is very tempting. Like because queen b5 was the threat sometimes.
So maybe next year they'll invite us. Yes,
Huh?
to this tournament. Yes. Gershon.
We'll see.
So in
Still 2 rounds to
here.
go to prove that we are capable to find the lines. Yes. So king e6 and look at this king. Yes, suddenly this king is
a
just
mighty king.
feels great. So now queen g1, for example.
Ah, yes.
This is my
it
tricky
keep-
move, and you don't have queen f2. Yes, d4. Oh. Could just kill on all my hopes.
Yeah, but now it kind
Yes.
of plays itself already. So.
At 95 later on. Yes, b3 now.
Too many pawns.
No, but good play by Nana also.
By
Defending kind of this position.
Both
and-
players, actually.
Yes,
Yeah.
like
so
making it like sure that White has no real threats in this position.
definitely. And Nana does play queen e2, I think, right? Yeah.
Queen e2 is on the board, preventing all play of White.
Of course, once we exchange those
Queens.
queens, it's game over.
Yes, let's remind that it's like 3 extra pawns for
Yes,
black
it's enough.
in this position. Yes.
It's more than enough. And the pawns are not so bad at all also, right? So they're very advanced.
So
And
queen
queen
g1
g1 immediately,
of
yeah.
course. And yeah, I mean d4 probably will be played. So I think Nana gained some time, and Stavroula is playing with seconds. Yes, so she played this
Yeah.
move with 10 seconds left on the clock. Yes. It's hard to play with increment. Even though you have 30 seconds, it's not much. Not at all, yes.
Yeah, by the time you look at the clock, you... Oh,
Yes,
knight f5. It's another
No,
good
by the
move.
way, after d4, I started to calculate rook e1.
Yeah,
So-
without the check, it makes a lot of sense not to play d4, but knight f5 is a very good idea, and now rook e1 is met by
Nice, knight g3.
check and queen h5, probably, even.
Yes, making sure again that the pieces...
So, and rook endgames, they are usually a draw, but not with the 3 extra pawns.
Like, it feels like 4, even.
It feels like 4. And,
Because b pawn can both be promoted in this game.
So this is, and I think, bishop e1, I think is played. Yeah, or rook e1. What did she play?
Yeah, so I mean, I was thinking about
Oh, she played bishop e1. Yeah.
bishop e1. Yes, trying to attack b4 pawn, attacking b4 pawn. Yes, and moving this bishop away from all these threats.
Staying alive, basically. But I think knight e3.
And if you take on b4
Yeah, I would take.
with queen,
Can I?
uh-huh.
Or you think that this gives
Maybe there is something like rook a7.
rook a7 and some counterplay, yeah? Some.
But at least you will need to spend time, right? Winning this ending.
Yeah, maybe we can do better with black, yeah?
By the way, in the worst case, we have it. Yes.
And I think Nana also feels that she can do better.
b3 or what?
Maybe, yeah. I think she played b3.
b3
Yeah.
because, I mean,
Why not?
in fact...
Why give this such a beautiful pawn, right?
Yeah, in fact, I mean, queen b6 is not a threat. We'll take on g2. And if white gives a check,
It's
then...
just a check.
It's just a check, yes.
King g6, king c6, 7, yeah.
Yes, even you don't have rook a6 even, right, in this position. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, why not?
You're not on time to play bishop f2. So yes, in the game it was king c6. I mean, something happened. Yes, rook a7,
rook a7, king
c6.
c6 is on the board.
Yes. You want to see this beauty, yes?
Oh, I think it might end like that.
Yes,
Rook
like that.
h7, queen g2.
Queen g2. Oh no.
But she played.
Yes,
She played rook f7.
rook f7. Is it the same?
It's almost the same. But there's also no need to do that.
No, but I would like to do it, like for the beauty of chess once again.
Actually, now, yeah, because white does want to create something with rook f6. But you know, if you get too creative, I mean, you're...
Maybe bishop c3.
Yeah, it's...
Rook c2.
Rook f2 even.
Rook f2. I mean, yes, okay, this is winning.
But yeah, but you know, there is rook f6. Take here all of a sudden. It feels a bit unnecessary, all this beauty.
Beauty cannot be unnecessary.
Yeah, but
But
eventually we managed.
still winning,
We
yes,
managed
at
to
b2,
win, yeah.
Yes.
But again, Nana just very pragmatic. B2 much easier.
Of course, yes. We were just trying to see if queen g2 was working right
So
away.
B2, and now I think the idea is that just on check we go here.
And if rook takes on b6.
Rook takes on b6. Sorry, no. So maybe we don't want to do that.
So I think knight d6.
Knight d6, but then we take, yeah?
Take.
We take.
Oh, rook c6 maybe.
And now all of a sudden,
Yeah, some ideas.
maybe it's not even winning anymore.
Yes, this is how you can still misplay this position.
Oh, yeah, with ease. So, you see? King d7. Yeah, she
king
played
d7.
king d7. But as
Take on
you said,
b6.
take on
b6,
b6.
so preventing at least b1 for the moment.
But
What, you
then
play rook
maybe rook
c1?
c1 or queen e1.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
This is convincing. Yes, Queen E1, beautiful.
There we
Yes,
go,
she
yeah.
takes on.
She took on b6
I
with the
think
rook, yeah?
she did.
Yeah.
She took on b6, and yes, will Nana find this Queen E1?
I don't think that it's the right way to say it. I think she has quite a few. Maybe she can just play rook c1
No, but
here,
it's
yeah?
like some checks. I mean, I don't like it. I like Queen E1 more to make sure that everything
Okay.
is under control. And,
What
yeah.
did
Wow.
Nana play?
If Queen E1 will be played, it's
Who's it's black to move, yeah?
yes.
And Nana has, okay, she still has 50 seconds on her clock. Stavroula made her last move with 6 seconds.
No,
Rook c1.
Rook C1, pragmatic.
Very pragmatic.
Yes,
I
yes.
think, and I think correct, because
Okay, Rook B7, she will give it a try. But I mean, can you organize a crazy rook? Rook B7, King C8, Rook B8,
yeah, well,
Queen B6. But
you
it will
have too
just-
many pawns and queens and bishops
Yes.
for that. So.
I know. It's
It was nice try. Actually, knight g3 is a threat.
finally
Queen
now that
H5
this
and rook E1
bishop
mate.
is yeah,
But I think
this is
she's
beautiful,
going to
yes.
resign. Yeah. What
Why
a
she did-
round have
uh-huh.
we had?
Yes, this round was really nice. I mean, we have 2 decisive games. Perhaps we'll have
Three.
the third one, and 2 draws. Okay, 1 draw only was kind of short, but it was just that this draw didn't want to get any attention from these girls. Decided, okay, we'll make a draw today, Elisabeth and Aleksandra. Please pay attention what's going on.
So you don't miss anything
You-
else.
yes. Spend time on the other games.
Rook b7 is still, of course, it's not
No,
too
you have
late
to
to
try.
lose. You have to not play king c6
By the
because
way,
it's
yes.
checkmate.
Yes, it's easier still to misplay.
It's,
That's
but-
why I liked Queen E1 more. Like
Yeah.
not allowing even the idea.
you
of,
cannot misplay that. Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. But I agree with you that maybe Rook C1 is even stronger, and Knight G3 was beautiful again with Queen H5 and Rook E1.
Kings.
How many moves did they
Uh,
reach time control?
Oh yeah, it's actually move 41.
Move 41. So now they have all the
But I-
time in the world to
Yeah,
think
but I don't
about.
think we go. You're right. We can wait for this game.
Yes,
to
let's.
finish.
No, we will
Because-
check. We will wait.
And, but I love that Nana is taking her time, you know, just to go over it because she knows move 41, very tricky.
You say that you like it, but imagine now Nana takes like 30 minutes of her time to think about
Well,
this.
then I would like it a bit less, yeah.
Let's remind our viewers that players got 30 minutes on their clock, and which they can spend thinking about the game, about the
Life
world,
in general,
about
yes.
life.
So, actually, any move except for king this. No,
Six.
there are many moves. Actually, there are many moves losing here. So king d6 is losing, right? Because of this. So
Number
See.
1.
number one, we'll come to a conclusion that it's 50-50 now. White wins 50% of the chances. Black it's the other 50%.
So if king c8, that's
King
a problem.
c6 loses, king
Yes.
d6 loses. So
Yes.
that's 2. King c8 wins. King d8 probably loses.
Yes.
So it's 3. King e6 is tricky. But yeah, okay, we'll stop. King c8, okay. Against all odds, she plays
Yes,
king
you played
c8.
c8. So yeah, and I mean, just to show my idea that if white plays like rook b8, hoping to give some perpetual, it's not really working. Too many pieces for black.
So, yeah, but
Even
if,
this is not working. Yes,
let's say
pawns are.
those 2 pawns, that's the only thing that can...
Okay, the king is
the
also
king can
moving.
move, okay, so
Yes, yes, yes. But we've tried it. We gave it a try.
give it a try. I don't really see any move for
Yeah.
Stavroula.
It seems like Stavroula is going to resign soon. I mean, of course, she's checking a little bit here, there, and so Rook h7, for example. Actually, Rook h7 will defend against the checkmate idea, but unfortunately, it's not the only problem of White's position, right?
Yeah,
Yes, no
Queen
checkmate,
E1.
but yeah, you have Rook e1, Queen e1, anything.
All in all, very, very creative, very interesting game, right? And
Very interesting fight, and I'm telling you, I'm impressed with Nana after yesterday's game. After this blunder, it's like it's so hard to be ready to fight again on this level and with time trouble. But she seems like she was, in a good mood today.
And it was an all-out street fight from move one basically today. So.
This is the best thing you can do after losing the game like that. You need to strike back as soon as possible, to gain your confidence.
And
I don't think I was good in this, I mean, I could collapse after a game like that. Yes, I know. I don't know, Alik, what about you? For sure, I wouldn't sleep this night.
No, and she resigns. Yeah, she resigns and greets her her opponent.
Yes, big victory for Nana today.
Fantastic game, fantastic round.
Yes, round 7 was great.
I'm speechless. Like George Costanza used to say, I am speechless. I have no speech.
You haven't prepared any speech today. Yes, you didn't expect this round 7 to be like that, so you didn't have a speech for this occasion. Anyway, jokes apart, I mean, the round 7 was very exciting, and we hope all of you who stayed with us for all this time, they enjoyed it as much as we did. Let's have a look at the pairings if we have them ready. The final results, as we mentioned, we had 3 decisive games, and yes, we see how the players and the arbiters are leaving the playing house. So once again, Stavroula lost against Nana Dzagnidze. Jiner won a very beautiful game against Divya Deshmukh, and also one more decisive game was between Olga Badelka, who managed to outplay the leader of the tournament, Muzychuk, another beautiful masterpiece of attack. And quick draw between Elisabeth Paehtz and Aleksandra Goryachkina, and Harika Dronavalli played quite solid draw with Mariya Muzychuk. Yeah. So this was a small conclusion of round 7, but of course, if you missed any of these games, you have to definitely check, especially decisive games.
And be sure to check the what's left behind the scenes in Jiner against Divya Deshmukh, because in the very final position.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, we hope that in her interview she showed all this beauty. And once again, let's check the standings. And as we predicted, we have a new leader in the tournament. Jiner took the lead. She outplayed her opponent today, and she has now 5 out of 7, while Anna Muzychuk lost against Olga Badelka, and she has 4.5 points still out of 7, and she's in the second place. Yeah, so second right now, half a point behind, but it's a little bit different picture compared to how the tournament looked for her the day before. And as same situation as you said with third place, 3 players share the third place right now with 4 points. It's Mariya Muzychuk, Harika Dronavalli, and Aleksandra Goryachkina.
And Nana is back to 50%. No,
yes. Yes,
Nana is back to 50%, 3.5 points.
Yes.
She is on Sol 6.
Yes, Olga Badelka also improved her position. She managed to win the first game, and it's actually just -1.
Yes.
In her case, win couple of games, and you will be very close to be on top of this table. So this was the round 7 and the standings of the round 7. Alik, we've spoken about it a lot. This round was really, really interesting and exciting for all of us. And looking forward to round 8 and 9. Only 2 games left. And please come back. And because now it's the culmination of the whole event, this is something what is waiting for us ahead, and we're really looking forward for it. What about you?
Absolutely. And it's getting more, yes, the last time we thought it cannot get more exciting than that, but it just did. So
we just started, yes.
A lot of hopes for the last 2 rounds.
Yes, so stay with us, and we wait for you tomorrow at 3 p.m. same time.